Certified Business Analyst Professional Course by Simplilearn. If you want to build a career as a business analyst, product analyst, process analyst, or even strengthen your skills in data and strategy roles, business analyst is one of the most important skills you need to master. But don't worry, we are going to break it down in simple and practical ways so you can clearly understand how business analyst works in real-world projects. In this course, we will begin by understanding what business analyst really means, how organizations identify business needs, solve problems, and deliver value to stakeholders. We'll also explore the role of a business analyst and how they act as a bridge between business teams and technical teams. From there, we will dive into the International Institute of Business Analysis CBAP certification frameworks and understand the BABOK guide, which is a foundation for all this course. You will learn about its structure, knowledge areas, tasks, and techniques that guide business analyst practices globally. As we move ahead, we'll also cover important concepts like business analysis, planning and monitoring, stakeholder identification, requirements gathering, elicitation techniques, and also selecting the right approach for different types of projects such as predictive, adaptive, and hybrid models. We'll also explore business analysis governance, where you will learn how requirements are approved, prioritized, managed, and controlled, along with understanding change management and risk management in business analyst workflows. Finally, we'll be focusing on performance improvement, how to measure the quality of business analysis work, identify gaps, improve efficiency, and continuously optimize processes for better project outcomes. By the end of this course, business analysis will no longer feel overwhelming. You'll have a strong understanding of CBAP framework, BABOK knowledge areas, stakeholder management, governance, and performance improvement, helping you move confidently towards business analysis and strategic decision-making roles. Before we start with the course, if you're ready to take your career in data analytics and artificial intelligence to the next level, check out the Simplilearn's professional certificate course in AI-powered data analytics. This course is perfect for anyone who wants to become a job ready in data analytics, AI, and business intelligence while building strong hands-on skills in modern tools and technologies. You'll learn how to work with key tools and skills like SQL, Python, Excel, Power BI, and machine learning, along with cutting-edge concepts like AI agents, automation, and cloud. You'll also dive deep into data visualization, predictive analytics, ETL workflows, and statistic methods that are essential in today's data-driven industry. Plus, you'll get hands-on experiences through 11+ real-world projects, including sales analysis, marketing campaigns, churn predictions, and AI-driven business automation, along with a final capstone project to showcase your skills. Upon completing this course, you'll earn a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur ENICT Academy, which can significantly boost your career and help you stand out to top employers. You'll also gain access to AI-powered job assistance, interview preparation, and a 3-day campus immersion at IIT Kanpur. Check out the description box below to find the link and start your journey into AI-powered data analytics today. Before we get started, here's a small question for you to answer. Which BABOK knowledge area focus on gathering requirements and collaboration with stakeholders? Is it strategy analysis, elicitation and collaboration, solution evaluation, or is it requirements lifecycle management? Drop your answers in the comment section below. So let's get started.
A person who is playing, let's say, intermediary role, right? A person who is sitting at the intersection of technology, business, different stakeholders. It's, let's say, if you go to a different country, right? And if you're not able to speak the language which is spoken in that country, and people there are not able to understand your language, how will you communicate? And let's also assume that Google Maps doesn't exist. So in case you want to travel from one place to other place, you can't communicate to the people. How will you deal with that situation? How will you survive in that condition, right? In that country. And that is where if you get a translator who can translate the language, local language of that country to your language and your language to their language, what will happen? Suddenly the communication will become smooth. You will be able to navigate through the different challenges. You will be able to enjoy your trip to that country, right? So that is the exact role of a business analyst. You will see when you will start working in the project, and people who are already working, they would know that business guys, different stakeholders, operations, compliance, legal, they may not understand the tech part, right? How the solution will be built, how it will look like, they might not be able to do that. On the other hand, typical developers may not be able to understand the business language, right? What they are asking us to build, what is the need for this system, right? What kind of other like legal considerations are going to be there. So developers may not be able to understand that. So the problem is same. Business cannot understand developers language. Developers cannot understand business language. And that is where we need a translator. And that translator is the business analyst. And when I was starting my career around that time, early 2000 or earlier than that, the BA role was not that defined. It was not very properly defined. Mostly you would see that, a person working as a tech lead or team lead, he would talk to clients, he would document something and pass it on to developers. Or a person who is sitting on site, irrespective of his title, whether he's a project manager, team lead, or whatever, he would engage with the customer and pass on the information to the offshore team, right? That is how it was done. But slowly and steadily, the role was defined properly. People understood the need for this role. And then when IIBA came into picture, BABOK got published, the IIBA gets a lot of credit to formalizing this role of a business analyst. Okay. So this is a business analyst, somebody who is a translator, who is a communicator, who is a mediator, and who is sitting at that intersection where he is able to deal with different issues. He is able to translate the requirements. He is able to gather the requirements, etc., etc. Right? It's a very important role. And obviously, in today's world, we'll talk about it later also, but in today's world, there is, like any other role, BA role is also going to get impacted by AI and everything, right? So that is also we need to take care. But BA role is indispensable, right? It's a very important role in today's context. So a business analyst analyze the data from surveys, transactions, support, etc. They discovered poor mobile experience. They collaborate with IT. They define support workflow, etc., etc. So we'll go through all of these things one by one in different chapters. Like we'll learn how to create workflows. We'll learn how to create UI. We'll learn how to create data flow diagrams, etc., etc. Right? But all of these things BA need to do, so that it's like I'm not just translating. I'm also providing you supporting documents. I'll create something which can make you understand better, right? So it's not just that I translated what business said and I just wrote text and pass it on to developers. If there is anything extra that I can do so that they can understand requirements better, that is something I'll also do, right? If I'm talking about, let's say, how to design a screen, I'll not just talk about it verbally. I'll create a diagram, or what we call it, wireframe, for that screen to make it easy, right? So all of those things we'll learn. Role of a business analyst, that's what we just discussed: understanding enterprise problems, goals, requirements, analyze those needs, analyze the solution, devising strategies, facilitating stakeholder collaboration, driving change. So all of these things we do. See, I'll also give you different examples. Don't think that every one of you will play exactly same role, right? BAs in different industries, in different projects, they play different roles. It depends whether you are sitting and working closer to the business, or you are sitting and working closer to the tech. Whether you are actively participating in test cycles also, whether you are part of operations, whether you are part of a bank or any other organization. So there are so many things, and on the basis of these things, on the basis of combination of these things, you will see different flavors of a BA role, right? Somebody will do things which are differently than other BAs, right? So you may, you should never think that, all of you in different projects will play exactly the same role, okay? Sometimes you will do a lot of stakeholder collaboration. Sometimes you may not talk to a stakeholder. Your focus is mostly on analysis and solutionizing, right? So all those variables and variety of roles will also be there. And I'll give you enough examples so that you can understand. A BA who is let's say on the buy side or a BA who is on the sell side. Somebody is selling the product, somebody buying the product, and you will see there is a huge difference on the roles and responsibilities of those people. So I'll give you some detailed examples also. To become a BA, one should possess the following: business knowledge, communication skills, tools, interaction skills, behavioral characteristics, and analytical thinking and problem solving. Now tell me, is there any role, developer, tester, or a BA, or anyone else, project manager, who doesn't need communication skill, or who doesn't need interaction skill, or who doesn't need analytical thinking, problem solving, or behavioral characteristics, right? So everyone who is playing any role whatsoever in any corporate or in any company, we all need all of these characteristics, right? They're not something very unique to a BA. Agree or not? So, but why we are talking about them for a BA? So, for example, what do you mean by business knowledge? Even a kid who is like 8 to 10 years old kid, that person can go to the shop, buy a chocolate or ice cream, and he knows that he needs to pay. He also needs to he knows that, you know, when he's paying, he should get something in back, something in return, right? So the basic transaction, people who are not educated at all, who has who have never gone to any of these schools, they also know the basic transaction, how to survive in this world, right? Uh, so everyone is aware about that much. So that is kind of knowledge everyone needs to have. But then, if you are working, let's say, as a business analyst, uh, in any of the sectors, let's say telecom or pharmaceuticals, don't you think that you need to know finance better than other people who know them just to survive or just for day-to-day life? So your understanding will be much better. You will start understand. For example, I am working in banking, so I know the normal transaction, but on top of it, now I know what is the meaning of credit in my account, debit in my account, what is the meaning of credit card, right? So then I have more in-depth knowledge of my domain. Then somebody is working, let's say, in a particular bank, let's say JP Morgan. Now that person needs to have even more detailed knowledge of that bank. Okay, I already knew credit cards, but what kind of cards JP Morgan offering? What kind of products we offer to our clients, right? So you have even more understanding, granular, deeper understanding of the products of your own company. What kind of clients they have, what kind of services they offer. And then finally, if you are part of a particular application, you are part of a particular project, you will have very detailed knowledge of that project, right? So the business knowledge goes deeper in steps. Everyone would have some understanding. Then depending on your role, depending on your industry, you will have deeper and granular understanding. And then of your product, of your whatever you are working on, you will have very in-depth knowledge. Similarly, communication skills, right? Everyone needs to have communication skills. But why it is mentioned for BA? Because BA talks a lot. Talks a lot means not, they don't talk. I didn't mean they talk nonsense, but they have to talk a lot. They have to talk to, stakeholders to elicit the requirements. They have to talk to developers and testers to explain the requirements. So there is a lot of engagement and a lot of interaction. So that is why your communication skills and interaction skills are important. Also, it's not always easy for your stakeholders to tell the problems. You might have noticed many times that we are feeling something, but we are not able to express. We are not able to tell. We are not able to, speak about it. And in the previous slide, what did you see? That it's important to understand problems and goals, right? How would you understand problem if somebody is not able to explain? So that is why some like it's not just what is being said, but how it is being said. What you call it? Just so your verbal understanding and then non-verbal understanding, right? Non-verbal communication also, the body language, the facial expression, and all. So that is how, and then you run a lot of meetings, right? You are going to run a lot of so many workshops to elicit the requirements, to present the requirements, to let's say you are doing a brainstorming session to find the solution of the problem and things like that. So you will have to engage people and you will have to run those sessions. That is why interaction skills. So communication is like what you talk and all, but interaction is more on the engagement side, how to run different sessions. It will happen multiple times. Like if you are not good with with these skills, people will talk about things which are not even important in that meeting, right? So how you will make sure that people are sticking to the topic, how you will make sure that you are able to get to the outcome of that meeting, expected outcome of that meeting. So that's where you need to have interaction skills, behavioral characteristics, then analytical thinking, because you have to analyze things, you have to solve problems, right? And tools and technology everyone needs. Like we are right now using Zoom, we use Teams, Outlook, Jira, and in today's AI world, we need to definitely use AI tools, right? There are, it's not like it's no longer a choice. It's enforced in different organizations. Even in my organization, it's enforced that you have to use AI. You have to save time. So these are the, now in this course, we will not cover communication skills, interaction skills. These all are soft skills that you need to develop, not part of this particular course. Here we'll talk about business analysis, right? How to perform business analysis, what tools and technology, what tools and techniques are available to you to use while performing business analysis. So the core agenda of this particular course is business analysis skills, not these soft skills. But if you think you are already good at these skills, then it's good. Otherwise, you should try to improve them, right? Because theoretically it looks very easy. Okay, I'll go to that person and I'll conduct the interview and I'll collect the requirements. But in real world, it's not that easy. Some practice, some experience is always required. So try to do that. Try to improve on these soft skills as well, along with your core business analysis skills. To become a certified BA, one needs to pass one of the IIBA's exams, one of these exams. So there is, when I did, there used to be only two certifications, CCBA and CBAP. Certification in the competency of business analysis and certified business analysis professional. A few years back, they added ECBA, which is, what is the name? Elementary or something like that. So this is the exam for freshers without any experience, right? Entry level or something, entry certification for business analysis. We'll see the full form. So they added it later on. All three of them have different experience requirement, which we will learn in coming slides. But basically, these are the three certifications which are offered by IIBA, that is International Institute of Business Analysis. A few years back, they started, talking about Certified Business Analyst, CBATL, Thought Leader, Certified Business Analyst, Thought Leader. And I was very keen that, okay, I'll do it. I am holding CBAP for quite a long time. But then they dropped the idea. I don't know why they wanted to introduce it and then why they dropped. I have no idea. But then for a few months, it was there on their website, coming soon, CBATL. But then it went away and it never came back in last 3-4 years. So these are the certifications, right? Eligibility, etc. We'll just see in coming slides. And so this is the organization. IIBA is the organization, right? As I said, I think they launched the 2008 or 9 or something. Before that, there was no IIBA. These certifications were not there. And that's why I was saying that the business analysis practice was not standardized. When IIBA came into existence, when they launched this book, BABOK, they try to standardize things. What is the role? How that role should be performed, etc., etc. So all these three exams, they all are based on the same book, Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Similarly, for PMP, we have Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK. Here we have BABOK. All these exams are dependent on this or based on the same book. So, and this is what we are going to cover. We, in this course, in 36 hours, we will cover this entire book. And that is why I was telling, irrespective of your experience, whether you are eligible for CCBA or CBAP or whatever, out of these three, you will still have to read the same book which I am going to teach you here, right? So don't worry about that. You will be prepared for one of these exams automatically. BABOK, Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is a globally recognized standard guide that outlines the core knowledge areas, tasks, techniques, and competencies. So the overall BABOK is divided into knowledge areas, right? Have you ever tried? Any one of you you tried reading BABOK? It is 100% theory. 100 means 100%. You will not see, you will not find even a single example in this entire book. It's a good thick book. You read it cover to cover, front to back. I challenge you, if you find even a single example, no explanation with examples, no mathematics, nothing. It's just complete theory. And that is where I think these classes are important, because it's not easy to read something like BABOK. So first is enterprise. It is a system of one or more organizations and the solutions they use to pursue a shared set of common goals, right? And EdTech enterprise decided to expand its digital presence. So they are like bigger companies, bigger organizations. You already know that organization. It's an autonomous group of people under the management of a single individual. So like Simplilearn, it's a company. Now, those two terms are very common, so that is fine. What is requirement? It is a usable representation of a need, right? It focuses on understanding the kind of value that could be delivered if a requirement is fulfilled. So requirement a is a need that one of the stakeholders, one of the person would have. Okay, few basic questions. All of you are working, not all of you, right? But people who are working, you fill timesheet on a weekly basis or maybe monthly basis? You fill a timesheet, right? And in that timesheet, what do? You put your time against a particular project, right? Why do you do that? So that you can bill, or your company can bill a particular client who you are working for, right? Or you are doing something for a client, you fill your timesheet for that project, and that project, on that basis, your finance team will bill your client and get the money. So who exactly is paying your salary then? Who exactly is paying your salary? Your company or your client? Your client, right? How is your company making money? Whatever client pays, your company will take a cut and pass on rest of the money to you as your salary, right? On a high level, that's how things work. On the basis of multiple people like us who are working, our company is able to produce something, that product is sold or that service is sold, company makes money, and that they pay for our salary. But if you think about it at a high level, company is also getting paid because we are working, right? And the client is the person who is paying. So how you should treat your client? You should treat your client accordingly, right? That they are the people who are paying. Now you tell me, what is the difference between a customer and end user? Is there any difference between a customer and this end user? See, my handwriting is very bad. I keep writing because whenever there is something needs to be explained, I'll write on whiteboard or I'll just annotate on the screen. But you have to put efforts to understand my handwriting. So if your company has given you a laptop, let's say your company bought 1,000 laptops from HP. Your company is the customer of HP, right? Your company bought 1,000 laptops from HP, so your company is the customer, and you guys are the end user because you are using. I bought a phone. Let's say I bought a phone for my wife. So I am the customer, my wife is the end user, or vice versa, right? Uh, So that is the difference, right? Customer and end users. Who will have requirements? Both of them can have requirements. End users can have their own requirements and customers can have their own requirements. Now tell me one more thing. We are talking about design. It's a usable representation of a solution. It focuses on understanding how a solution might realize. Uh, is there any difference between requirement and solution? Some basic things we are talking about so that you are comfortable with terms and your understanding gets better. So if I tell you that I'm hungry, I'm telling you the problem, right? The requirement that I want to eat, I'm hungry. But what I want to eat is the solution, right? I'm thirsty and you give me something to eat may not help, right? Or you say, I say I'm thirsty and you give me Coke and then I say I don't drink Coke. So requirement is something which can talk about the problem or the need, and how that need will be fulfilled is the solution. I'm thirsty is the need, but what is the solution? Let's say I need a lemonade. Lemonade is the solution, right? So as a business analyst, your focus is not just to understand the need. Your focus is also to identify what kind of solution or that is a stakeholder may need or he should get, right? So that is also you need to understand that there is a difference between requirement and the solution, and there is also a difference between the desires and actual needs. I can ask for anything, and uh, as a business analyst, it's your job to first of all identify my real need, what actually I need, instead of delivering whatever I ask you to deliver. It's like when you want to buy a new car, how many features you look for? I want this in my car, I want this in my car. It should have cruise control, sunroof, moonroof, ventilated seats. There are so many features these days in cars. But when you actually own that car, how many of those features you are using? You may not be using all of those features. And same goes for mobile, same goes for laptop. So customers can tell you so many different things, but it's your job to help your customer understand what is their real need. Sometimes they may not be able to identify. So you help your customer identify what they need. You help your customer visualize what kind of solution will fulfill that need, right? Both of these are your responsibilities. Risk is nothing but uncertainty, something uncertain that may happen or may not happen in future. But in case it happens, it will have some impact on your project, some impact on you. So that is the risk. And with risk, there are two things: probability of the risk and impact. So probability means whether it will happen or not, and impact, if it happens, what will be the impact on you. So you want to go out and you just see on your phone that there is a probability of rain, right? 100% probability. And you carry thousands of rupees cash in your pocket. Then that is the impact. If you don't carry anything, there is a risk of rain, but you know that nothing will get impacted. Maybe I'll get cold or something, but physically there will not be any impact on currency that I carry, right? So we'll talk about risk and risk mitigation, how we manage risk and how we mitigate risk. We'll talk about all of this. Now look at this BACCM, Business Analysis Core Concept Model. You see, there are these 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and stakeholder. What is or who is a stakeholder? A group or individuals with a relationship to the change. Or the simplest possible definition of a stakeholder is a person who can get impacted by the project or a person who can impact the project. Anyone who can impact or who can get impacted. Both of them are your stakeholders. So if I ask you, who will have a need, who will have a problem to solve, who will have a requirement, a stakeholder will have, right? So a stakeholder can have a problem or opportunity to be addressed. A stakeholder will have that need. If let's say you are my stakeholder and you have a problem, right? If I fix your problem, you will get some value. You will, let's say, you will feel you are able to do your business better. You are able to deal with your clients better, depending on the solution that I provided, right? So there is some value to the, and how you will get the value when I'll deliver the solution, right? So all of these concepts are connected. A stakeholder had a need. In order to fulfill that need, I delivered a solution. When that solution got delivered, a stakeholder got some value, right? You had you were hungry, that was your need. I gave you a very nice drink, and when you had that, you felt happy. You felt like you were not thirsty anymore. So now what is the change? In order to deliver that solution, you will have to go through a change, right? So what is, there are these two terms which you should know. If uh, as is, what is your as is and to be. As is also called your current state, and this is also called your future state. So current state and future state. I don't have a house. That is my current state. Tomorrow I buy a house and shift into that. That is my future state, right? Current state and future state. In order to move from current state to future state, well, will it happen automatically? Obviously not. I'll have to transfer. I have to request a packers and movers to pack my stuff from my rented house, move me to a new house. So there is a complete transportation and everything. So this is called change, right? The process or act of transformation which will move you from your current state to the future state. So that is called change. So stakeholders had needs. In order to fulfill those needs, we went through a change process and delivered a solution. When that solution got delivered, stakeholders got the value, right? Now, what is context? All these 5 terms are easy to connect. What is the context here? In scope and out of scope. In scope means things that will be part of your project, things that you will cover in your project, right? Out of scope are the items that you will not touch in this project. Okay. When we create requirement documents, we also create sections where we clearly mention that, these items are in scope, these items are out of scope. For example, you are you are going to construct your house, and you tell the developers that, obviously walls are in scope, ceiling is in scope, flooring is in scope, but he will also mention that interior designing is out of scope. So whatever cost that you are paying, this is for walls, for ceilings, plaster, etc., maybe a coat of paint, but no furniture. Furniture is out of scope. Conditioners are out of scope, right? So that is why you have to mention that in document, so that it remains clear what is in scope, what is out of scope. Now tell me, now let's see who can answer this question. When you are creating this agreement for your house, airport of your city, is that in scope? Is it in scope of your house project? No, right? It's not. Building a hospital nearby, is that part of your individual house's project? No, right? Similarly, building a new school, because you are talking about your own house. You're not talking about setting up an entire neighborhood. You are talking about building your personal house. How can airport, railway station, hospital, and school be in scope or out of scope? Right? They all are out of scope. But do you mention them in your document? That, I'm building my house, so walls, ceilings, and everything is in scope, but hospital, railway station, and all of that is out of scope. Do you write that? We don't write. If you start writing all of these things, your project document will become encyclopedia. Everything in United States is out of scope. Everything is in Australia is out of scope. Everything outside this city is out of scope. So everything on this planet is out of scope except that particular house. A tiny house, a small house is in scope, and everything else on this planet is out of scope. Will you still write out of scope items? You will create a huge encyclopedia, right? So why don't you write all of that in out of scope section? Because they are not part of your context. That is the usefulness, that is the purpose of context. Context tells you what are the circumstances that can influence or influenced by our project. What is the ecosystem that we are working in, right? What are the conditions that we are working in? So because the condition or the circumstances are related to individual personal house, nobody is going to ask. By default, airport becomes out of scope because that's not the context, right? Somebody like let's say Shivam says, Garv, I'm not able to hear you properly, and Simplilearn should also provide me a high bandwidth internet connection. Now what should I say? Shivam, that is not part of the context, right? If you have any problems, that is not in scope because it's out of context. If you have any problem with related to material or any questions, anything, then that can be provided to you. But high speed internet connection because of this training, that is not part of the context. That's not the context. That's not in scope. So that is how these six terms are very much related and they are interdependent. I hope you are able to relate them now. Stakeholders would have a need or needs. In order to fulfill their needs, you will have to go through a change process or a transformation process. You will deliver a solution. Solution will provide them with a value, and all of those things will be done in a particular context, right? Now, current state and future state. So as is and to be, these two terms are also very, very important. All these terms are very important for BAs. Business analysts can use the core concepts to consider the quality and completeness of the work, right? What kind of changes are we doing? What are the needs? What are the solutions? Who are the stakeholders? What do stakeholders consider to be of a value, right? What are the contexts that we and solutions are in? So all these six terms, they'll help you ask right questions and complete the requirement work. Okay. Knowledge area. Now, as I told you earlier, this BABOK is divided into 6 knowledge area, or you can say 6 chapters. These are the 6 main chapters. Along with these 6 chapters, what do we have? We have the introduction bit, so that is fine. There is one chapter which is called perspective. So IT perspective, agile perspective. So that particular chapter is not tested in the exam. It's completely theoretical and it's like we can read in just 1 hour. Now, first one is business analysis, planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration, requirement lifecycle management, solution evaluation, requirements analysis and design definition, and strategy analysis. So what is the first one? Business analysis, planning, monitoring. I think instead of reading, I'll just explain here. So this knowledge area is all about planning. Okay. How I will identify my stakeholder, how I will document the requirement, how I will conduct elicitation. So here you will just do the planning part, and how I will monitor my progress. Here you will not conduct the elicitation. Here you will not meet the stakeholder. Here you are just planning. Okay. So first chapter is all about planning the project and your activities in that project. Okay. And as I said, we will go in detail. We will spend 2 to 3 classes on each of these knowledge areas, right? So don't think that we are just going very high level. I'm just introducing the names and we will go deeper in each of them. Second is elicitation. Elicitation, what is the meaning of elicitation? Elicitation means collecting the requirements, right? Now, have you heard the term requirement gathering? Which term do you like more? Requirement elicitation or requirement gathering? And why? Which term do you think is more suitable and why? Requirements gathering is much better. Yes. So, but all of you are thinking superficially, right? Where what looks easy, what sounds easy, but think about it. What is the meaning, actual meaning of gathering? There is a document on my desk, I just gathered it, right? There is another envelope on my desk, I just gathered it. Do you think requirements are lying down on the floor or lying down on a table where you go and just collect them? So gathering means collection, right? Collection is not, it's not like you just go and stakeholders are ready with their requirements and they'll hand them over to you. That is not so. From the process point of view, requirement gathering is not a very appropriate word. What is the meaning of elicitation? To bring forward, right? To ask right questions and bring the requirements forward. Not just because somebody is telling you, but because you are probing, you are asking right questions, you are cross questioning the needs, you are trying to ascertain that actually you have these needs and things like that, right? So instead of one-way communication where somebody is telling you the requirements and you are just documenting them, instead of that, it's a proper session, two-way communication, two-way probing, a discussion, debate, and then you get the requirements. So that is the English meaning of elicitation and English meaning of gathering we discussed, right? So now, once you understand the exact meaning, then you know that elicitation is a better term, because for requirement gathering, you will not get the salary, right? You will not get enough salary for gathering. You are getting a salary as a business analyst because you perform elicitation, not just gathering. Anyhow, people will keep using these terms interchangeably. Even I'll also, maybe I'll interchangeably use these words during this training, but you need to know the purpose and the difference. So here in this elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, you actually perform elicitation. In the first business analysis, you planned how you will perform elicitation. Here you actually perform elicitation. Then what do you think will be the output of elicitation? When you perform elicitation, what you will get? Yes, so you get a lot of information, you get a lot of data, right? In order to convert that data or the information into proper requirements, you perform requirement analysis and design definition, right? So outcome or output of elicitation is not like final requirements. That is opinion of the user, information or inputs from the user, feedback from the user. So you collect a lot of data and a lot of information out of elicitation. Then you come back at your desk and you compile all of that data and information and you convert them into properly written, properly arranged requirements. And that part is done in requirement analysis and design definition. You perform the analysis, you create requirement document, and you create all other design artifacts, like if you want to create any uh, flow diagrams, data flow diagrams, you create UI, mockups, etc., etc. Right? Once you identify the requirement, their life cycle will start. So requirements life cycle will start as soon as they are identified and till they are delivered, and also after that for their maintenance. Similar to the humans, right? You are born, your life cycle starts till the person is dead. So requirement, similarly, you have a requirement life cycle. What can happen during that life cycle? The status of requirement can change. Requirement itself can change. Some of the other things related to requirements like priority, right, can change. So as a business analyst, you gathered requirements, your job is not done. You have to maintain those requirements throughout their lives. So that is done in requirement lifecycle management. And solution evaluation is what you deliver, what is built, that you need to evaluate whether it's performing as per the expectation or not. So that is done in solution evaluation. Evaluate what is done. And then strategy analysis is for the at the organizational level. As an organization, what is the strategy? What is the need, organizational need? So that's how these 6 knowledge areas are arranged. Now, I'll keep repeating it and you will understand it better later on. that they are not performed in a particular sequence. Depending on the project, they can be performed in different sequence, again and again, repetitively, iteratively, right? That you will understand when we go deeper. But just understand, it doesn't mean that first we'll do planning, then we'll do elicitation, then we'll do this. There can be a project where the project is launched because there is a problem identified. So solution evaluation is performed, problem is identified, then you do the elicitation to get details of the problem, and then you plan the project, right? So in a different order, you perform these knowledge areas. Or at the organizational level, strategy analysis was performed. Let's say where you did root cause analysis, or you performed what do we call it? Strength, weaknesses, SWOT analysis. And after that SWOT analysis, you found out an opportunity and you launched a project. So you see, strategy analysis was performed, then elicitation and planning is done. So depending on the nature of the organization and project, these can be performed in different orders. Just remember that, and you will understand it later slowly, right? So they all are interlinked, right? All 6 knowledge areas. Now, one more thing, under these knowledge areas, there are tasks. Okay. One of them has 6 tasks, one of them has 4 tasks, and remaining have 5 tasks each. So there are total 30. You can say 5, 5, 5, 4, and 6. So total 30 tasks. And there are 50 techniques. Okay. So there are 6 knowledge areas, right? All these knowledge areas have 30 tasks. And there are in total 50 techniques. There is, between task and techniques, there is many to many relationship, right? I don't know if you know these symbols, but let's say there is many to many relationship between task and techniques. One task can use one or more techniques. So let's say no, elicitation, right? In order to perform elicitation, for this knowledge area, what can be the tasks? Prepare for elicitation. Prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, document elicitation result, etc. Right? So this task, let's say conduct elicitation, is a task under elicitation knowledge area. Conduct elicitation task can be performed using multiple techniques like interview, workshop, let's say surveys. So you see, conduct elicitation is a task under elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. This task can use one or more than one techniques like this. Other way around, workshop as a technique can be used in multiple tasks like conduct elicitation can use workshop. I want to review my requirements. I want to provide a walkthrough to stakeholders about my requirements to take the sign off. I want to evaluate the solution. So in many places, you can use workshop as a technique. So that's why I was saying there is one many to many relationship between tasks and techniques. One task can use multiple techniques, and one technique can be used in different tasks. Okay. So that is how BABOK is organized. 6 knowledge areas, 30 tasks, and 50 techniques. Okay. Every task is also organized in a particular fixed template, which I'll explain later. Or we can talk about it now as well. So task is like name of the task, right? The order may differ, or maybe I miss one point or two, but you will get the purpose. So name and description of the task. Conduct elicitation. What is the purpose? You will see a description. You can have a purpose. So it will tell you what is the purpose of this task. What inputs required to perform that task, right? What will be the output once you perform this task? So input and output of that task. What are the key elements? What exactly is done? techniques used, and there is one or more two headings like additional inputs, additional something. So basically, every task that you perform, there will be some inputs which you will use. You will do some processing here inside this task. In order to do this processing, you will use some techniques, and then there will be output of that task, right? So each and every task in BABOK is is planned like this, right? There is a fixed format and fixed template which is repeated again and again for each and every task, 30 tasks, right? Uh, what you need to focus on? Do you need to remember everything? No. What you need to focus on? See, in your day-to-day life, if once you become a business analyst, we don't even talk about a lot of theory which is here. We focus on 50 techniques, right? Because technique is something that you actually use in your project. You don't have to talk about inputs, outputs. You know that with time you will know that. Uh, and also to pass the exam and throughout this course, every time we'll not talk about what is the input, what is the output. You will, after some time, once we covered 15-20 tasks, you will start guessing the input output yourself. And I'll tell you, I'll keep checking. Now can you guess? And you will start answering the question. What we need to focus, we need to focus on understanding the key elements of the task. What exactly the task is doing, what are the key concepts, key elements related to that task. That is where you need to focus. You should have absolute clarity on key elements, and you should have absolute clarity on 50 techniques. These two things we need to focus. Obviously, I'll explain why these inputs, why this output, why this input to this particular task, why that output from that particular task. All that we will discuss, but you don't have to worry. Generally what happens, people will say, see sir, there are 30 tasks. In case there are 4 inputs, so there will be 120 inputs, and let's say there are 80 outputs. How will I remember this? All 50 techniques can be used by different tasks, so there can be 200 types of permutations, combination. How will I remember them? So that is what I am telling you. You don't have to remember. You don't have to memorize inputs, outputs, techniques, stakeholders. No, you don't have to memorize them. You just need to focus on understanding key elements of a task, and in isolation, all 50 techniques you need to understand. Rest, everything will come automatically once we move ahead in this course. This is just the list of 50 techniques which we are going to go through, all of them. Acceptance and evaluation criteria and all of these. So there are in total 50 techniques. See, one page and second page. So 2 pages, they are just listing down the techniques. So we'll cover them as and when we come across them in our content, right? From the BABOK point of view, all 50 techniques are part of a separate chapter. But when we study, we'll try to cover them as and when we come across them instead of, so I'll keep explaining you techniques wherever we find them getting used in our material. Okay. Answer this quickly. Which of the following is not a component of business analysis core concept model? We didn't discuss, content was not there. So content is the right answer. I think there was one more question on the previous slide. Yes. What does BACCM stand for? Yes. Business analysis core concept model. Which of the following is a business analysis knowledge area? Which of the following is A, right? Not. It's not like not, which is not. Correct answer is A, right? Elicitation and collaboration. See, if you consider the previous version of BABOK, then you will say the rest of 3 are also correct. They used to be the names in the previous version, but now they have changed. So elicitation and collaboration is there. So that is the correct answer. Enterprise analysis has become strategy analysis, right? Solution assessment and validation became solution evaluation, and requirement analysis and life cycle management, right? So these 3, B, C, and D, they used to be the names in the previous versions of BABOK, but in present version and current version, only A is correct. I'll just answer. Which of the following is a stakeholder in typical BA engagement? All of them are your stakeholders. Next is IIBA, stands for the International Institute of Business Analysis, a globally recognized professional association dedicated to supporting and advancing the discipline. It was founded in 2003, Ontario, Canada based, and major publication is BABOK Guide. And how does it define the standard? Through the BABOK Guide, identifies the skills necessary to be effective through the IIBA Business Analysis Competency Model and self-assessment tools. And there are these 3 certifications that we discussed. So if you go to the website of IIBA, you will see that there are some resources which are available for free, and there are some resources which are available for members only. So you can use them, like a business analysis competency model, or there is a self-assessment tool. So you can use that. IIBA membership, it provides access to exclusive content and support. So if you take the membership, you can get access to career action guide, etc., etc. There is, as I said, there is a lot of material which you can get. When you take membership, you get free access to new versions of BABOK as well. You can participate in different networking and community events. And sometimes they ask for volunteers as well. So let's say they want to create 20 new questions or 50 new questions, or they want to create a new version of BABOK, things like that. So in those, even in there also you can get some volunteer opportunities. Also there are many webinars that they run. Some webinars are public, some webinars are members only. So that is also another benefit of taking membership, right? Now, if you are planning to write the exam, whichever CBAP or CCBA, in that case, taking membership is sensible. Maybe you next year you think of not renewing it. That is fine, because if you take membership, the cost of membership is less than the discount you get on the exam fee if you are a member, right? We'll just see on coming slide. So see, there are 3. First is entry certificate, second is certification of capability, and third and final one is certified business analysis professional. So this is the basic one, this is the middle one, and then the final one. Okay. Now, what is the difference? As I told you, the book is same, content is same. Then what is the difference? For CBAP, you need to have a minimum 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. So there is this experience requirement that you need to fulfill. How do you calculate? If I try to simplify this for your understanding, let's say how many days there are there in a year? 365, right? Out of that, there are holiday weekends, uh, 104 Saturday, Sunday. Then you have 15, 20 public holidays. Then you have your sick leave, annual leave. So I think if we reduce all that, conservatively, we work for roughly 200 days. 200 days, 220 days. So conservatively, I will say 200 days into 8 hours per day. So again, if I round it off, let's safely, conservatively assume you work 1500 hours per year. So to get 7,500 hours of experience, you need to have at least 5 years of prior business analysis experience. 5 years. So that is the expectation, that is the eligibility criteria for CBAP. That is fine that you divide this experience into 6 knowledge areas. So you can equally divide like 1,000 hours of 1,500 hours in each of the knowledge area. That is fine. So that is first, at least 5 years of business analysis experience, right? And then professional development, have a minimum 35 hours of professional development. So the training that we are conducting right now, the class that you are in right now, this will give you 36 to 38 hours or maybe 40 hours of PDUs, professional development units. So this training that you are attending with me right now, this training is a prerequisite. You need to complete this training or from some other vendor, that is fine, but at least there has to be at least one training which you attended at least for 35 hours, right? And that training completion certificate is important. So that is why I was telling you yesterday that from the portal, LMS portal, you need to download your training completion certificate. And that certificate you have to upload when you apply for CBAP exam, right? So you will get the PDF. So this is the second important requirement. And third one is references. You have to provide two references. Now they can be your managers, right? Current manager, previous manager. So that is fine. If you are a fresher, you don't have a manager or something, then you can provide reference of anyone who is already CBAP certified. If somebody is your manager, they don't have to be CBAP certified, right? Your manager without certification is fine. But otherwise, you can provide contact of anyone who is CBAP certified. So what happens when you provide the reference? They will get email from IIBA that, and they'll ask few questions. So it will be a simple 5-6 question long form that I know you, or how do I know you, what is the relation and all that. So they need to respond. So when whoever you provide as your reference, whoever you mention as your reference, please align them, please inform them that I am providing your name with your email ID as my reference to CBAP. So when you get the email from IIBA, please respond to that email, right? So these are the main three requirements: work experience, at least 5 years of BA experience, 35 hours of minimum training in last 4 years. So it's not like you attended a training 8 years back, that will not be counted. So something which you attended recently in last 3-4 years, that training, and then your reference. These three are the main requirements. Now, what happens if you don't have that experience? So next certification is CCBA, right? So this requirement will be just half, 3,750 hours. So that means you can say 2 to 3 years of experience is enough, right? And then you can equally divide this by half. This requirement will still be there, but I think number of hours will be less. 20 or 25 hours of training is required. References I think you need to provide reference. Then for ECBA, this is not required. No experience is required. Uh, and no references are required, because they are considering that you are fresher, you have no experience, so you might not have any professional references to provide. So for ECBA, requirements are very, very lenient, and the question paper is also slightly simpler as compared to CBAP and CCBA, obviously, because you don't have that kind of experience. So what I would suggest, the important part, that go to iiba.org portal, okay, and check. Let me also tell you one more thing before we move on. See, this is the fee for ECB exam, okay? Application fee, none. Examination fee is $195 for members and $350 for non-members. How much is the difference? Almost 100 and not almost exactly $155 is the difference in the fee for ECBA. Similarly, if we move to CCBA, there is additional application fee, $145, which is same for members and non-members, and then $250 and $105. So again, $155 you save if you take the membership. Okay, the total cost if you're a member is roughly $400, right? $395. And without membership, it will be exactly $550. For CBAP, the fee is almost similar to $100 more. So 250, 350, and this becomes so $200 more. So total fee for CBAP, if you don't have a membership, is $650, right? And for a member, it is $500, $495. Okay. So you save almost $155 in the fee if you take membership. And if you go to the IIBA portal, you can check how much is the membership fee. Membership fee is dependent on your country. So they have divided all the countries into 3 categories, and the fee is dependent on your region. If you are in India, it will be less than other countries. Let me quickly give you some idea of that as well. I have no problems if you take membership or no, you don't take. That's completely up to you. The only difference is because for the first year, you can get, why I'm suggesting, was for the first year, you will get both the benefits, right? You will pay less fee for the exam. At the same time, you can get the membership benefits. IIBA, if we go to the membership, view pricing, let's see if they have revised any prices. Earlier, it used to be $50-$60. Let's see. Region 1, 155 USD. Region 2, 100 USD. And region 3, 60 USD. So if you see countries, there is a list of countries. So for example, India is in region 3. So you pay $60 and you save $155 on your exam. So you will still end up saving $80-$90. People who are in these countries, they will still save. People who are in region 1, Australia, Austria, USA, the UK, they'll not be able to save, but still at the same cost, you will get the benefits of membership along with the exam. Okay. So this is on the membership. If you look at the certification, IIBA certifications, so they started offering other certifications on data analysis and others, but from the BA point of view, they still have just 3. So when you click on certification, okay, we are here. Now let's go to the core certification, right? Core business analysis certificates, ECBA, CCBA, and CBAP. So let's check the criteria for ECBA, just to make sure that whatever is mentioned in our slide is still, there is no change. So there are no requirements. Sorry, this includes IIBA membership. See, this is fine. There is no eligibility criteria as such for ECBA, right? Let's go back and check for CCBA. See here, you have 3,750 hours of BA experience, 21 hours of professional development instead of 35 for CBAP. You need to provide references. Rest, everything is same. So the only difference is in experience and trainings, right? And for CBAP, I already explained. So please go through this portal, spend some time, try to understand. I also told you how to calculate your work experience so that you can do it yourself. Make yourself comfortable with the portal and identify which certificate is more suitable for you right now. What will happen after 3 years? So all these certifications are valid for 3 years. After 3 years, you have to renew the certification. In order to renew it, it's not you have to pass the exam again. You can just keep accumulating your PDUs. Like now we set professional development units, right? After passing the exam, we call them continuous development unit. So you keep accumulating CDUs by reading something, by attending some trainings, by volunteering or something. You keep accumulating those CDUs, right? So you can renew after 3 years. If you go for ECBA after 3 years, instead of renewing your ECBA, you can go for CCBA. So that is how we need to manage this. So the first chapter, proper chapter, or the second lesson number 2 is business analysis, planning and monitoring, part 1. So from the slide or from the content point of view, some of these knowledge areas are divided into 2 parts because some of them are really big. For example, planning and monitoring, requirement analysis and design definition. They are very big. So they are divided into one part. Some of them are in 1 part, some of them are in 2 parts. Okay. So what did I tell you yesterday? That there are 6 knowledge areas, right? And the business analysis, planning and monitoring focuses on the planning part. Here we do not execute tasks, we do not perform tasks, we just plan. So, and we always say as a project manager, program manager, that failing to plan means planning to fail. So if you fail to plan, or you are intentionally, you are not planning, that means you are planning to fail. So that is why planning, some bit of planning is always required. Depending on whether you are using waterfall or agile, you plan differently. You may plan iteratively at different levels, but some planning is always required, right? So that is what we cover in this particular knowledge area, the planning bit. See, there is this scenario given. In 2016, Vodafone UK ran into serious trouble while migrating its CRM system because of migrating the system without a structured validation approach, not involving key stakeholders in planning and testing, weak governance, oversight, and risk planning. This led to billing errors, customer complaints, and 4.6 million fine from Ofcom. This Ofcom must be a regulator. If you were leading the analysis effort in this project, how would you plan and manage your work to avoid such outcomes? So, from the business analysis point of view, what do you think is wrong here, or was went in incorrect or wrong direction? See, there was no validation approach, not involving key stakeholders, weak governance, oversight, and risk planning. All of these things are, some of them are specifically for business analyst, like validation. How will you validate whether solution is working as per the requirements or not? Some of them, like engaging stakeholders, are there are overlap between responsibilities of business analyst and project manager. If we right now we're talking about typical traditional waterfall project management, right? So uh, you talk to same stakeholder as a business analyst. Project manager also talk to the same stakeholder as a project manager. Then what is the difference? The agenda is different, right? Project manager will talk to them for let's say project budget, project cost, project schedule, project risks. That they all are the accountabilities of project managers. We'll cover many of those things in this course. And BA will interact with the same stakeholders for the requirements, for solution validation, for writing acceptance criteria, to take their help in supporting, in testing, etc., etc. So BA's engagement is slightly different than the project manager's engagement, even though there will be some overlap because the stakeholders are same. Okay. Now, why this is required? We always say that, if you identify problems earlier, it's easier to fix, it's cheaper to fix. But if you end up identifying gaps, etc., later in the project, they get difficult and more expensive to fix. So let's see, if you just reached, let's say, uh, you are at point A right now, you are at, let's say, point A, and you want to go to point B, but there is no map, nothing. So you start moving in the wrong direction. Okay, you reached to point C, and then you realized, oh, I started moving in the wrong direction. I need to correct my course, I need to correct my path, and I need to change and go to B. Now, what do you think? What will be the difference? In one more case, let's say you moved further away, and here you realized that it is wrong direction, and you have to correct and go to point B. Now, what do you think? What is the difference? If you talk about time, if you talk about money, both will change, right? Here, if it was supposed to take 1 hour and let's say 500 rupees in taxi, now because you have to travel this much, it will take maybe 1 hour 30 minutes and maybe 750 rupees. In this case, you may end up spending 2 hours in taxi and maybe 1000 rupees, right? Time required is more, fuel required is more, so overall money required is also more. So that is the main problem. Who will help with this direction? What exactly is required? What exactly do we need to build? Which direction do we need to move to? Those things are dependent on our nice business analyst, right? He is the person who will who will collect the requirements, who will tell the requirements, who will have the idea what to build as a solution, right? So the overall roadmap, etc., he'll have a good idea. So that is the person who is supposed to navigate the team in the right direction and save. So that is why business analysis is very important. Otherwise, if you start with wrong requirements, incorrect requirements, the cost of fixing them later on in the project will be high, right? And for this reason that I just mentioned here. So business analysis is a structured approach used by business analysts to understand, analyze, and solve business problems. Think of it like a roadmap or toolkit that helps a business analyst, right? Understand the current state of business, identify the needs or problems, design the right solution, and ensure solution delivers value. I told you yesterday what is the current state? Your current state, right? Or your solution or application's current state. I I live here. That I live in Pune. That is my current state, right? I live in a particular apartment. That is my current state, right? I have to move. I switch my job, and I need to move to. I need to go back to Gurgaon, where I lived for last 15 years. Gurgaon. That will be my future state. So this is my current state, right? This is my future state. What is the problem? Or let's say a different problem, that before COVID, uh, it was manageable to live, let's say, in a two-bedroom apartment or a one bedroom apartment. If you were married, you were living, or maybe you were single but living with your parents. Did you notice that after COVID, when we had to work from home, study from home, suddenly whatever apartment we were living in, whatever house we were living in, it started, feeling small, because we had to work from home, we had to study from home. So did you feel that? Did you feel the same? And suddenly there was a need to move to a bigger apartment so that we can have separate space. In my case, I had to, I used to work from home some of the days, and then I used to take trainings also. So suddenly it was like, how could I work or operate from this house, right? My wife had to work, and we didn't have enough space. So this was the kind of identification of need or problem, that because of the lack of space, I need to move to a bigger house. Don't you think it's a proper need? It's a valid need. It's a genuine problem. Yes, it is, right? So then what could I do? I could move to a bigger house, right? Now, when you talk about these solutions, it could be like, you need three-bedroom house, you need four-bedroom house, depending on your family members, etc., etc. So in that case, do you think your wife or your husband becomes your stakeholder? Because the solution or the problem that you are dealing with, or the solution that you will identify, it is going to impact them, right? Or your if you have kids, they might say, I also need my separate room. Or your parents might say that, when you're shifting, make sure you shift to ground or first floor. You don't go to 10th floor or 20th floor. They have their own concerns, they have their own requirements. Your spouse says that I want a better, a kitchen, or I want this, or I want a separate study. So, suddenly, because there is a project, there is a plan to move from our current state, stakeholders who are impacted, or they can have their own requirements. And on that basis, we create the solution, right? And when you move, right, from one house to another house, if the house is just in the same building on the same floor, do I need professional packers and movers? If I'm moving in the same building, let's say across the hall, do I need professional packers and movers? Maybe not, right? But if I'm moving to a different city, do you think I need packers and movers? In this case, I need. So you see, depending on the solution, the approach will also be different. So it's not like you always move from this point to this point like this, right? Sometimes you need packers and movers, you will move. So like we discussed yesterday, there can be different solution options also to solve our problems. So we'll discuss about all these things in detail, but the point which I wanted to make right now, that understand what is the meaning of current state, understand what is the meaning of future state, how they are, different, and how you need to move from current state to the future state using some of the solution. I can move from my house to the next house using packers and movers, or I can do it myself. So there can be multiple solution options as well. But all these things I'll explain in more detail in coming classes. Okay, what is the meaning of current state? What is the meaning of future state? What are the options? What is the meaning of change? All those things we'll cover in greater depth in coming classes. So the BABOK guide defines 6 knowledge areas. We already discussed 6 of them yesterday. First one is business analysis, planning, and monitoring. So BAPM is the knowledge area that defines the tasks associated with organizing and coordinating the effort of business analysts and stakeholders, right? So this is all about planning, organizing, coordinating. Here you do not perform the tasks. Here you do not actually start the elicitation. Okay. Now what happens when so the primary goal of BAPM to define the approach, to identify and involve right stakeholders, to establish governance mechanism for decision making and change control, to plan how requirements and related information will be managed, to evaluate and improve business analysis performance. So these are the primary goals. And these goals are divided in different tasks. So the first task will be about approach, second will be about identification of the stakeholder. So basically these 5 primary goals will convert themselves into tasks of this knowledge area. Okay, we'll see them one by one. So proper planning prevents poor performance is the key objective of this phase, right? The first phase of planning. Imagine being handed a project but not knowing what problems you are solving, who is affected, who decides what, and how to structure your work. Without answering these questions, can you move ahead in your project? What do you think? If you have no idea what exactly is the problem, what will you fix? Right? Who all are affected? How will you connect with them? How will you fix their problems? If you don't know who you need to go to take the approvals, who is the authority, you can't work without that. Who will fund the project? Who will approve the budget? All those are important questions. And how to structure your work, how to organize the information, uh, depending on your organization, whether you are going to use Jira or you are going to use SharePoint, etc., etc. All those things you need to have some idea, right? It's not like you cannot start working without having answers to all the question. As a business analyst, as a program manager, we have to move ahead. If all the information is not available, we make some assumptions and move ahead, right? But at least some idea has to be there. So this is the purpose of this knowledge area, to get the idea or to get the answers to all of these questions which are mentioned here. Now, as I explained you yesterday, every task will have certain inputs. They'll tell what exactly is performed, key elements, and output. So, like for example, this knowledge area has these many tasks: plan as business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, governance, and so on, so forth. So these are the 5 tasks in this knowledge area, right? We'll go through them one by one. Outputs and inputs we'll also see for each and every task. This is a screenshot or picture from the book itself, BABOK. So you see, majorly the inputs to all of these tasks are needs and performance objectives. Output are these 5, right? So in the beginning of every knowledge area, you will see a collective snapshot like this, where there are all the tasks mentioned of this knowledge area, all the inputs and all the outputs. However, we have to go through each and every task in detail, and we will see input and output specific to that task. Okay. So out of these 5, let's see the first task. It is the first core task of BAPM knowledge area in the BABOK guide. Before identifying or writing requirements, plan how you will approach the work. Choose the right methodology, define the detail level, assign roles, and set up progress reporting. So before we go into details, let's see the different parts or sections. As I told you, every task is every task has a fixed template, the same template which is used across all 30 tasks. So you have name of the task, description, and you have inputs, you have outputs, you have guidelines and tools. Guidelines and tools are like optional. If they are available, we can use them. If they are not available, we can do without them. But input is important. Without input, you cannot you cannot get the output, right? But guidelines and tools we consider as, so just to simplify, always call them additional and optional inputs, right? So you can say guidelines and tools are additional inputs. You use them if they are available. For example, business policies. It's not mandatory that you will always have business policies. It is also possible that you may not have some of these things. You will see different guidelines and tools throughout the course. Some of them may not be available. So that is fine. So these are additional but optional. Inputs are mandatory. This is the name of the task, output, and uh, there are two things. The input can, so what happens? Let's say there is input, right? This input is going into this task 1. This task 1 is producing output. Now this output can go to a different task, T2. T2 can produce, so now for T2 this becomes input, right? T2 can produce output. Now this output is possible that it is going not into a task but to an external party. Basically it's external, right? Not consumed, or maybe used by a stakeholder but not going into any task. So here you will always see that some of the inputs are coming from another task like this, and some of them may be external, coming from outside. They are not output of any other task. So just be clear that some of the inputs can be the output of other tasks, some inputs can be external. So you will always see here in when you read BABOK that some of the inputs are external, some of the inputs are output of other tasks. And here also you see business analysis approach is the output. I'll tell you what exactly we are talking about, but first let's understand the structure. So what is the output of this task? Plan, business analysis approach. So task is plan the approach. So what will be the output? The approach. Business analysis approach is the output. Now this output is used by these many tasks. You see, in this knowledge area, all the tasks are using this input. Next knowledge area, prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation. They are also using this output. Even manage stakeholder collaboration, analyze current state, define change strategy, assess risk. So many of the tasks in this overall BABOK are using this output, right? So that is what you need to understand, that every output will be used by multiple tasks, right? You will understand why when we'll go into task in detail. You will understand why that is important and important input to other tasks. Okay. Apart from that, there are other headings like tools and guidelines we have covered, main elements. So there they'll explain what exactly this task all about, right? So the core element or basic elements will explain what exactly this task is all about. And then there are stakeholders and techniques. So these are the headings or points which are covered consistently for each and every task. I told you yesterday, you don't have to think too much about who are the stakeholders. You can just you read it, but you don't try to memorize it. Okay. You have to focus on elements a lot. You need to be very clear about elements. You need to be very clear about techniques. Now, which techniques are used in this particular task? You don't have to memorize. You will start understanding and guessing yourself. What are the inputs to this task? Again, you don't have to memorize. You just need to understand The purpose of task, you will automatically start guessing. If this is the task, what kind of inputs I'll need, right? So that you will start guessing. What will be the output? That is also very easy to guess. For example, plan business analysis approach. If you are planning something, the output will be that something, right? So you know, an approach is the output. So you don't have to memorize. If you understand the concepts, if you understand elements and techniques, you will start answering the questions without mugging up, without memorizing. Especially when you see four options, then it becomes even easier to guess the right option, right answer. Clear? So the first task, which talks about planning the business analysis approach. What is the approach in this context here? The approach that we are talking about is whether it is uh, adaptive approach or predictive approach. Now, what is the meaning of predictive and what is the meaning of adaptive? So the business analysis approach should align to the overall goals of the change. And also I would add that it should be aligned with the project approach, right? You cannot have business analysis approach which is not aligned with overall project. Your business analysis is part of the overall project, right? It is just one phase of the overall project. So your BA approach, timelines, etc., they have to be aligned with overall project. Now, uh, you coordinate the business analysis task with the activities and deliverable of the overall change, right? Change and project. That's what I just explained. So what is the adaptive approach and what is the predictive approach? If we put it in more into project perspective, see, predictive we used to call predictive the traditional waterfall SDLC, right? Development life cycle. Agile is called adaptive. So when I say predictive, what will be the stages in the project, in a typical project? If you're talking about software development, you will have requirements. Before that, you can have some planning, project planning, pre-project activities like you are creating business case, you are doing some presenting that case, getting the funding, etc., etc. But mainly, then you will start with requirements. Then you will have design, then you will have development, then you will have multiple phases of testing, then you can have deployment or release, then you can have maintenance, right? These are the phases on a high level. Uh, Sequence will remain almost the same, and they are called waterfall or sequential because they are in a particular sequence. This handovers are very well defined. Design will start only when requirements are completed, right? When business analyst would say they have completed the requirement, you can start with design. So design will start. Similarly, when design is done, then development will start, and same thing, so on and so forth, right? So this is called predictive because planning is done. Almost everything is should be planned in the beginning of the project, and the flexibility is not that much there, right? So this is called predictive. And what is adaptive? Adaptive is agile, right? Where you pick the work in small chunks, so the batch size will reduce, and you keep picking items, top priority items from the backlog. You keep building them, delivering them. Again, you pick, again you build, again you deliver. So that is why adaptive is called iterative and incremental, right? Iterative means you do the same thing again, then again, then again. So you are repeating the same thing. You pick items, so you perform requirement and you perform dev and you perform test. And then this cycle you keep repeating. Every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, you keep repeating. There is a list of requirements. You pick requirements from here, 2, 3 requirements from top of the backlog. You keep picking, you keep delivering, and you keep taking feedback. So here, the major difference, the most important difference is that this is not sequential. So even the requirements are done iteratively, right? Instead of, let's say in a project, you had 50 requirements, right? So in waterfall, in adaptive, you perform the requirement analysis for all 50. Once that is done, you do the design for all 50. Then you develop all 50, you test all 50. So everything is done on entire project scope. Whereas in Agile, you pick 2 requirements, 3 requirements, depending on the capacity. You work on them, deliver them, then you pick next 4. So the batch size is reduced. This is not Agile course. Otherwise, I would have explained a lot more. What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks of waterfall and Agile, etc., etc. But I'm sure in your master's program, you would have a separate course on Agile. But why we have to discuss it is still a bit of it, because this is the first task itself, right? Which is the and approach, whether you are taking predictive or adaptive, is going to have impact on your business analysis activities. Now, you tell me, if you talk about timing of business analysis activity, timing, do you see any difference in waterfall or Agile? In case of predictive, all the analysis should be done upfront, right? In the beginning of the project, you need to analyze all the requirements. In case of Agile, it will be ongoing. Every sprint, every now and then, you will have to work on 2 to 3 requirements. So that is one of the most important impact on the business analysis work. Whether you analyze all of them or you will do in chunks. What is the impact on the formality of the documentation that you need to create? Waterfall or traditional is very, very formal. This is less formal. So in case of waterfall, we used to create very extensive BRD. It will go through a very, proper approval process. It will have a very, very strict change management. In case of Agile, you don't have to create huge or very heavy documents like BRD, FRD. You can simply create epics, features, user stories. You can still create documentation. It's not like, but Agile says you can do with less documentation as well. So that is fine. If I want to create, let's say in waterfall BRD, if I wanted to create a screen wireframe, I'll have to create a proper screen wireframe. I'll upload it into the document, insert it into my document. In case of Agile, if I'm using a whiteboard, I create something like to discuss with the clients. This is the login page. Here you have these fields, etc. I take the screenshot of this, or I take a photo of this whiteboard, upload on the Jira. I think that is also acceptable, right? So timing is very different. Formality is very different. Then the kind of documentation that you create is also different, right? So the point is, the first task itself talks about what is the approach in your project. What is the project approach? On that basis, your approach will also be different. So that is why this is the first task. So I hope you understood what exactly we're talking about. If your project is using waterfall, your business analysis approach will be different. If you are using Agile, your business analysis approach will be different. Now, within the same project, you can't use waterfall and Agile, right? So if you are in your organization, some projects are done in waterfall, so you will deal with them slightly differently. In case of Agile, you will do your work slightly differently, right? Also, the impact is on the stakeholder engagement, right? So timing of the document activity, formality of the documentation, and what about stakeholder engagement? Is it same or different? So in case of waterfall, where exactly you will engage with the stakeholders in the beginning of the project. So it's possible that for 1 month, when you are performing your requirement elicitation, you need a lot more time from them, right? But that is only in the beginning. But in case of Agile, it's possible that you don't need entire time in the beginning, but you need 2 hours every week, 4 hours every week to perform your requirement grooming sessions, to complete your planning and review, etc., etc. So a stakeholder should be informed that in this project this kind of engagement is required, in this project this kind of engagement is required. Now tell me, is it like your decision as a business analyst which approach should be used in the project? It's not your decision, right? It's collective decision. Maybe a sponsor can make that decision, or project manager can, they can take your inputs, that's fine, but it's not your decision. So that's why I was repeating that depending on the project approach, you need to know that timing of your work, formality, and stakeholder engagement is impacted. So that is more for you to understand and work accordingly. Okay. So that is the now. What if they are overlapping? Will it not be a repetition of work? So it depends upon case to case and the methodology. See, what happens in the project, whether it's waterfall and agile, that is different thing. What I'm saying, if depending on the project approach, what is the impact on your work, right? You should be comfortable that in one case you have to create the entire BRD or FRD, and in one case you might just create JIRAs. So as a business analyst, you should be comfortable with both creating except extensive documentation or creating light documentation, engaging with the stakeholders in the beginning to cover all the requirements, or engaging with the stakeholders every now and then, iteratively to collect the requirements. As a business analyst, you should understand the difference and you should be comfortable with both. Okay. Rest, obviously, it's case to case. It depends on the project, whether it's typical waterfall, typical agile. I also worked in projects where uh, initially I created the BRD because stakeholders were not very comfortable with agile. So I had to create BRD. Then for development, they wanted to create user stories. So I ended up creating BRD and user stories. So that all those exceptional and edge cases scenarios will all come across in projects, right? Agile when so yes, if I create a graph like this where I have uncertainty of requirements, and here I have uncertainty of solution. Requirements are uncertain and solution are uncertain. Solution is uncertain. Which box I can use agile and in which box I can use waterfall? See, waterfall is suitable here. That is clear. Here, agile, here, agile, here, agile. Uncertainty is high. This will always be very chaotic, right? Very problematic. Because here even you don't have clarity on requirements, you don't have clarity on solution. So this is the most problematic part. Here you need rapid agile and even more powerful, more rapid agile. Here waterfall can be done because you have clarity on the requirements and you have clarity on the solution. But here you need agile, scrum, whatever. Why? Because see, if requirements are not clear, what will help? If requirements are not clear, what will help? The reducing the batch size will help. You are talking about 100, let's say 20 requirements in your backlog. Requirements are not stable, they are not certain. So what we will say to our clients that, okay, give us just two requirements where you have clarity and you can continue to change remaining, right? While I work on these two, you are free to adjust these requirements, change these requirements. Once I'm done, then give me the clarity. So we are giving a lot more time to the clients. We are giving a lot more flexibility to the client to keep changing whatever we are not working on right now and give us clarity on just few requirements, right? So that is the benefit where you have uncertain requirements or unstable requirements. Same with the solution. In case of agile, you create a you create an increment and show it to the client. You take the feedback. So if client in the beginning didn't have enough clarity what kind of solution he was looking for, he can get that idea because you are quickly developing, showing it to the client, and then again taking the feedback, showing it to the client, right? So that is the benefit. In case where you have clarity on solution, you have clarity on the requirements are fairly stable, solution is very clear, you don't need that kind of feedback from client. So in that case, waterfall can be done. Can we not use agile here in 4? Yes, you can use agile here as well. But will you get any additional benefits of using agile in here? Maybe not. So it's possible that you may not get any additional benefit of using agile in this 4 quadrant number 4. But it's not like agile cannot be used, right? Agile comes with its own overheads. A lot of meetings are done. You need a lot more time from clients. Client has to spend, every week, every 2 weeks, they need to spend time. So then it should be some additional benefit. There should be some additional benefits. But here, that kind of engagement is not even required. So that is how now some of you asked, some organizations are in kind of a rat race that I want agile in all the projects. I want agile in all the projects. So that is fine. Even in these projects, you use agile, no harm. But ideally, waterfall or agile, that should be decided on the basis of nature of the project, on the basis of these things, whether requirements are stable, whether requirements are not that stable, or the clarity on the solution, etc., right? So that is the first task. Why it is important? I told you because it impacts the way you work. Okay. Now here, predictive is plan driven, adaptive is change driven, and hybrid, a combination of both. But as a business analyst, you should be able to work in both the environments. You should be able to create both kind of documentation, and you should be comfortable with both engagements, more engagement and less engagement with the client. So see, there is a scenario. A tax department is upgrading its income tax filing. So let me first do one thing. Let's first close that. Let's discuss inputs and outputs. Then we'll go to the scenario. So first, let's complete the task. So the input to this is business need, right? The business analysis approach is shaped by the problem or opportunity faced by the organization. It is necessary to consider what is known about the need at the time of planning. So what exactly is the input? The some idea of the project, some idea of the business needs. What is the need? Why we are doing this project? And that is all we can have, right? So far, did we perform detailed elicitation? No, right? We have not performed detailed elicitation. So we don't know what are the exact requirements, but we have some idea of the business needs. When you are starting a project, uh, when resources are allocated to the project, BAs and others are allocated to the project, that means some bit of discussion already done, right? Traditionally, it was like project managers or sponsors, they would have discussed the problem statement, they would have discussed the business need, and it is also possible that project manager might have already created a business case to take the approval on the funding, right? So when we start in the beginning, mostly you will have some idea of the business need, some idea of the requirement, and that is why it is considered as the input. On the basis of this, you decide whether waterfall or agile, right? As that's what I told you, depending on the project, type of the project, we should decide. Now, this is again, I'll keep repeating this fact multiple times. See, whatever we are learning here is whatever is there in BABOK is pure theory. It's purest approach, right? However, in projects, you will see practical things. You will see practical scenarios. You will see different problems, right? Here, it looks like you are going to make that decision along with PM, but you don't know what kind of organizational approach is there, what kind of enforcement is there. So you will always have to think whatever we are discussing in two different ways. First, what is the pure theoretical approach, and what can be the scenarios in project. So depending on the business need, you decide what is the approach. That is why business need is the only input to this task, and nothing else is anyway available. Then we have key elements, right? Planning the approach, define the planning approach. Will it be predictive or adaptive, as we discussed? Formality and level of detail, determine the degree of structure and documentation required depending on risk level, project criticality, and regulatory audit. So that's what I explained. What kind of formal documentation you create? It is dependent mostly on the approach, right? In waterfall, you will have a lot more documentation. Business analysis activities, requirement elicitation, process modeling, all of these things are performed in both, but they might have slight variations, right? In case of waterfall, we perform them differently. All of them perform together in the beginning and things like that. So next point is timing of the analysis work. Clear? So these four things I explained. That's why I said key elements are most important part of a task. In key elements, they describe what exactly we are doing in this particular task. Okay. and also complexity and risk. Consider the level of complexity and risk associated with the initiative while you decide the approach. What is the complexity? What increases the complexity or risk of the project? Uncertainty. If you don't have clarity on the requirement, will that not add the complexity? If you do not have clarity on the solution, will that not add on the complexity? That will add, right? And whatever is the approach, you need to take the acceptance from the stakeholders. They should be informed and they should be happy with the approach, right? Because they also need to be engaged. After this, you will see some guidelines and tools. Okay. Business analysis, performance assessment. So what I told you that uh, these things, guidelines and tools should be considered as additional inputs. If they are available, you can use them. If they are not available, then also you can move forward. So because these guidelines and tools are anyway optional in nature. I mean, sometimes they are available, sometimes they are not available. For example, business analysis performance assessment. What does that mean? This means nothing but lesson learned. We'll have a different task only for this, so you will understand better. But for now, consider it lesson learned. What does that mean? Lessons that you might have learned from the previous project. So is it mandatory to always have lesson learned? It's not, right? Maybe it's first project of that kind. So you might not even know if there are any lesson learned available or not. Similarly, if there are lesson learned available, you should learn that in this project, in similar project, I used waterfall or agile, or these were the lessons which we learned. So if available, if such register is available, let's use it. Business policies. If there is any business policy that says we need to use waterfall or we need to use agile, then we have to use it, right? Expert judgment. If there is expertise available who worked on similar projects, they can also be provide inputs which approach to be taken in this project, right? Methodologies and framework available in your organization, as I told you. If there are some approaches, some methodologies, frameworks already used and available in your organization, and it's mandate that everyone should use them, then obviously we'll have to take care of that. And stakeholders can also tell you about their concerns, their interest. If you use agile, sometimes it's possible that a stakeholder says, I'm not available every 2 weeks for your sprint review. I cannot spend that much time every 2 weeks, right? So you need to take a stakeholder into considerations as well. So all these five, if you look at them, they don't look mandatory inputs, right? If available, you will use them. If not available, that's fine. You will make the decision without them. So there are some questions. Let's go through them. There is a scenario. A global healthcare provider is planning to implement a new digital system to manage patient data across its network of hospitals. The system must meet strict regulatory and compliance standards, adherence to HIPAA privacy laws, support for external securities audits, usability for a multilingual workforce and patient base. The project involves coordination between different teams. The goal is to ensure accurate documentation, data privacy, and user-friendly experience for diverse stakeholders. Given the regulatory and compliance needs, what type of business analysis approach, predictive, adaptive, or hybrid, would you choose for this project? So this is the scenario, and see, the question itself wants us to say it's predictive, right? Because they are trying to emphasize that it's regulatory and a lot of accurate documentation is required. I think most of you would agree that it's predictive given the situation, given the scenario in the question, right? If you have a question like this, it's like the answer cannot be just one hard and fast rule, right? Depending on your project, your industry, we can decide, considering the project which is mentioned here, it's regulatory, heavy documentation. And in this question, it's not mentioned that, you have to hit and try and identify the solution. You might have to do a lot of POCs or spikes. So we need to answer accordingly. What information is available in the question? According to that, we need to answer. So given the information, the answer seems to be predictive. If they talk about, multiple iterations required, where users are not very clear on the requirements, or users are not very clear on the solutions, you might have to do some POCs, etc. Then obviously you'll have to go with agile, right, or adaptive. Next question: you are working on a national level transportation system initiative. Due to high criticality and government oversight, the documentation must be extensive and traceability is a must. Which planning element will help you define the structure and documentation level required? It is A, right? That's what we discussed, planning approach. And depending on the planning approach, rest of the things will be tailored accordingly. Next, you are leading a BA effort for a low-risk internal HR dashboard where stakeholders are co-located and feedback is continuous. The team follows agile sprints. What level of formality and documentation is most appropriate? They have already mentioned that stakeholders are co-located, right? They are following agile, and it's a very low risk internal HR dashboard, right? So there is no regulatory oversight. There is no audit requirement mentioned there. So correct answer is informal with lightweight documentation. If it would be for external clients, maybe regulatory clients, or if there is a formal audit, extensive documentation is required, then it would be different. But because it's internal, and also stakeholders are co-located, right? If stakeholders are not co-located, in that case, they might need different kind of reporting. They might need different kind of, arrangement where they get the status of the project. But in this case, they are co-located, so minimum documentation would be enough. So that was the first task. Now, second one is plan stakeholder engagement. Now, tell me, who are our stakeholders? Everyone who is impacted by the project and everyone who can impact the project, they all are our stakeholders, right? So why do you need to engage with them? First of all, you need to elicit the requirements. You need to know who can give you the requirements, right? Depending on whether it's internal project, external projects, you can have different stakeholders. So who will give you the needs? Who will share with you the problem statements or the needs? That is the first task, first aspect, right? But how do you identify your stakeholder? So practically think about a project. Let's say there is a new project, and your project manager calls you and tells you that, that this is a new project and you need to start working as a business analyst. So you just mentioned that in order to elicit the requirements, you need to know the stakeholders. You need to engage with them. But you can engage when you know who are your stakeholders. So considering this scenario, how will you start your activity? How will you identify your stakeholders? See, there cannot be one single answer to this, right? There can be multiple things that you may perform parallelly to try to understand, to try to identify your stakeholders. But what are those things? If you are thinking that there can be few things which I can try, I believe it should be responsibility of PM to provide the list of stakeholders through organizational modeling. Stakeholder engagement is required to gather accurate requirements. It should be responsibility of PM, but it's not like he is the only person responsible for stakeholder engagement, right? Business analyst and PM, they both engage with the stakeholders, and it's possible that PM is engaging with some of them, and because he needs to engage only for few things like risk, resourcing, budget, costing, and budget. But it's possible that for requirements, you may need to engage with more stakeholders, right? Who are actual users of the system. So PM can help. PM can help you to kickstart, but we can't say that he is responsible to give us the list of complete list of all these stakeholders. That is not the right thing. So what else you can do? So that is fine. That first PM called you. So it's possible that PM would have already created, let's say, a business case. When he got to know about the project first, he would have created some documentation so that he can present it to the sponsor and can get the funding approved, right? Most of the rest of the project team members, like developers, testers, and sometimes BAs, they get onboarded when project is approved. So project is approved, that means there would be some documentation available. There would be some discussion done by the PM or by the sponsor. So first question is always to ask PM himself that, okay, you are assigning me this project. Who are the stakeholders that you are already aware of, right? So first thing is fine. He may give you some names, and then that can be a good start. Second, as Dina said, you can use organizational modeling. Now, what is organizational modeling? Where you have the hierarchy. In most of the bigger organizations, almost all the companies will have organizational hierarchy, and that can be looked at in your office, company's portal, or maybe in some other documentation. But that will give you the complete hierarchy from CEO till senior management, then junior management, then everyone, right? So from top till leaf node, from top to bottom, the entire hierarchy is available in organizational modeling. So how it will help? Let's say in the previous example, we saw that the project was related to HR. So it can give you some idea that, if this project is related to HR, then these are the people who are in the HR department. So I can reach out to a team lead, or let's say head of HR, if I want to understand what is the impact on them or what are the requirements. So that is the second point, which is good. These are two important inputs. First from the PM, second from, let's say, organizational modeling. What else we can do? If there is any other existing document that you can also read. In most of the documents, if you talk about BRD, FRD, business case, project charter, all of those documents generally have two sets of people. There are two lists which are mostly there in the beginning of the document. First, list of approvers. So if there is any existing document you can read related to your project, you can get the idea who are the approvers, and approvers are key stakeholders, right? Similarly, there is a distribution list that even though these people will not approve the document, they will get a copy of this document. So they are also your stakeholders. So if there is any existing documentation available, which may not be the case in all the projects, but if it is available, you can always take help. Similarly, if there are multiple vendors, multiple different parties involved in the project, you will also find a lot of contractual documentation, right? Agreements which are done with between a company and a vendor. So there also you can get some idea of the stakeholders. What else? I said existing documentation, Naveen. If the sometimes it's like similar project was done, or this is the phase 2 of the project, phase 1 was already done. In that case, you will get a list. You might get a list from previous document. What else? You can also try to find out if there are any, let's say, process documentation. What is a process documentation, like workflows or any other UML modeling, etc., where you can get the idea that, in this process, these are the people who are involved, right? These are the people who are involved in this process. These are the departments which are involved in this process. So that can also give you a good idea. All of these things can be used when they are available, right? And that's why I said there is no hard and fast fixed list of, items step by step that you do them and you will get list of stakeholders. Depending on your situation, we have to try all of them. What else? Now, let's say I have only two stakeholders identify. Like in my current project, that is what is going on. I'm in the initial phase. So let's say I set up I set up a meeting with the known stakeholder. I'll always mention that please feel free to forward this invite to anyone who can be helpful in this discussion, right? So I provide the introduction of the project. This is what the purpose of this particular meeting. And if you think that somebody else can be useful, then please forward them. After the meeting, within that meeting also, you keep asking this thing, right? Who else can help? Who else can help? Who else should I reach out to? So that is also uh, important, right? And that will help you you will keep identifying more and more stakeholders when you keep asking people. So that is also important. What else can you think of, anything else which can help you with stakeholder identification? If you miss the stakeholder, what is the problem? We generally say unidentified stakeholders means unidentified requirements. Later on, There can be requirements which you are able to identify late in the project because those stakeholders were not identified. So it's very, very possible that you will miss out on the requirements because you couldn't identify all the stakeholders. And why it is important, we already know that. See, first of all, when I say a project is not just building application, right? Project, there is a term called system thinking. Like, think about a system. System consists of people, processes, applications, everything. So if you are creating a new application, it doesn't mean it will have only software related impact, because that application is going to be used by stakeholders. So people are also impacted. Sometimes you automate existing manual tasks, people get impacted, right? So it's always not just systems, but people, processes, everything. So that is why it's important to identify that all these stakeholders. So it is the second task in this knowledge area, right? It answers the questions: who are the stakeholders? What are their expectations? How should we interact with them to ensure success, right? So first part of this uh, is there are two inputs: needs. Where exactly needs are coming from? The same needs which we identified and used in the first task. And now you see the additional input is business analysis approach. Where exactly you are getting this input from? Business analysis approach. This input, where exactly we are getting from? From the first task. Now you tell me why this is important, why the approach is important as an input. Because what exactly we are talking about? We are planning our stakeholder engagement. How you will engage with the stakeholders, how you will communicate with them, etc., etc. And what I explained, that the engagement approach is different in waterfall and agile. So don't you think it's a very important input? Why business analysis approach is the input to planning stakeholder engagement? When you were a kid, you must be listening to bedtime stories from your mom, from your grandmom, maybe your father, grandfather. All of us, most of us would have listened to bedtime stories, right? So the same was the case. My grandmother used to tell me bedtime stories. But she would also say one thing, that, keep saying, yes, something, no, so that I know that you are still awake and listening to this story. Otherwise, I would never know, I'm whether you are already sleeping and I'm talking to a wall. So that is the case here as well, right? That is the input. Now, again, similar to the first output of the first task, this output will also be used in multiple different tasks. Let's see a few of them. For example, prepare for elicitation, task number 4. Do you think a stakeholder engagement approach is required when you prepare for elicitation? Yes, because when you prepare for elicitation, you will send out meetings, meeting invites. You will prepare for workshops, for brainstorming sessions. So whenever you do that, you would need your stakeholders. And when you are planning these sessions, you will think about what is this stakeholder engagement approach, right? Similarly, if you see communicate 4.4, communicate business analysis information, who exactly you will communicate this information to? To stakeholders. So again, a stakeholder engagement approach is the very valid input to this particular task. So you can see all 9 and you will be able to realize why this input makes sense, right? So these are the two input and output. Now there are 3 guidelines and tools: business analysis, performance assessment, change strategy, and current state description. Why do you think business analysis performance assessment is important? Because this is the lesson learned. So from your previous learnings, from your previous project, whatever you learned can give you the inputs here, right? It's very simple. But what is change strategy? Change strategy tells you what is your, in order to move from your current state to future state, you are going through a change. This is called change. Now, depending on this change, depending on the strategy of this change, you can identify stakeholders, right? For example, you are moving to a different house and you need packers and movers. So they become your stakeholder. If you are moving within the same building, they are not your stakeholder. So change strategy will also tell, like if I'm migrating one application to a new application, depending on the depending on that migration, right? It will tell you who can be your stakeholder. If I'm migrating, let's say, to one of my legacy application to AWS, you know that people who are or the team who is taking care of AWS infrastructure, they will become my stakeholder. Otherwise, they are not my stakeholder, right? So change strategy. Now, why it is optional? Because maybe you are in the beginning of the project and you don't have idea of the change strategy. So that is why it is given as if available, use it, right? And same is current state description. What is current state description? Existing, let's say existing flow diagrams. What do they tell you? How, as of now, at present, how different processes are working, right? That is what is current state description. How things operate as of now, how data is flowing as of now, how UI is communicating to the backend as of now. So if you have documentation available on current state, it will tell you who are the teams or people involved in these processes. Like when I create flow diagram, let's say this is the start, it is moving to this, then here you are performing a task, here you are performing a task. And generally, sometimes in your process flow diagrams, you can also create swim lanes. And on swim lanes, on top of swim lanes, we'll go through process diagrams in detail. You can write that this is HR function. So this particular step is performed by the HR. This is performed the HR, and then it goes back to, let's say, this. Let's say this is finance. Okay. So when you look at the current state description, that can also give you a good idea who are your stakeholders. So that is why that is also given as additional input, right? So make sense. All these three guidelines and tools as additional inputs, they are making sense. If available, they can help you in your stakeholder engagement, stakeholder identification, right? Now, why it is required? Obviously, foster collaboration, reduce resistance, align stakeholder goals with initiative outcomes, and ensure timely and accurate communication. So if you, we know that project cannot be delivered in isolation, right? You have so many people who are impacted. You have so many people who can impact your project. You need developers, you need testers, you need operations team, and you need ultimate your end clients, right? Otherwise, how can you deliver the project? So stakeholder engagement is important, right? Now, if you don't talk to them, it may become difficult. First, what difficulty is unidentified requirements. Second, if you do not communicate to them, they will never know um, what is the impact on them. What is the meaning of 2I and 4I check, maker and checker? So generally you call it 4 eyes check, that one person will do something, whether creating a case, raising a ticket, whatever, some task that one person will do, second person will check it. So it's not like the same person can create a case, approve it, and everything. No, right? From the process point of view, many from the regulatory point of view, from the legal point of view, in many of the cases, it's mandatorily required that maker and checker are two different person. Sometimes in my projects, I have seen 6 eyes, six, where somebody was the maker, this person was just validating or checking, and then approver was a different person. So we had 3 different people working on one thing. Now, what happened when we wanted to make some change in the process, right? So let's say there was a onboarding team. So what does that mean? That if you want to open a new account in any of the bank, onboarding team will collect your documents, validate them, uh, perform your background check, your KYC, etc., and then they'll open your account, right? So earlier, if this is the person who will collect my document, he was able to perform everything. I'm talking about 2012, 13. But then there was one regulation that came. You might have heard, all of you might have heard of FATCA. These days, it's mandatory. Even all Indian banks, when you fill up the form, you have to disclose whether you are US citizen or not. So when you fill up this form, it was mandatory that the same person cannot approve the onboarding case. So regulatory requirement was up to 4 eyes check. What did we do? We thought, why 4 eyes? Let's implement 6 eyes check, right? So we went ahead and implemented this. When we started discussing after this, when we went ahead and discussed with operations, that they started showing a lot of resistance because initially they were not very much engaged. What they thought that, let's say there is a person, Shivam started telling me that, Gaurav, till yesterday, I was my own boss. I was creating the case. I was also approving the case, right? How come you became my boss? Now, what you are saying that whatever I'll do, there will be another person, team lead or somebody who will who will validate my case, and there will be another person who will approve the case. So people started resisting because they didn't have the full background and full understanding. So initially they misunderstood it and they started some resistance. Then we had to conduct couple of users training, and we had to explain that it's not like that, all your cases will be approved by somebody. It is like if your case is getting approved by second person, then second person's case will be approved by you, right? Only your manager, the entire manager of the whole team, he will approve. But maker and checker, you can be a maker and you can be a checker. When we explain the regulatory requirements and the purpose of this overall implementation, then they understood. And you will see that, you will find it and you will face it multiple times. Whenever your stakeholders are not fully engaged, they are not fully aware of the change, what are the benefits, what are the implications on them because of this change, you will always face resistance when you perform. And why it is important for you as a business analyst? Because you are the one who will talk a lot to those people, right? Developer or tester is not going to go and explain them why we are implementing this, what is the purpose of this change. So it will be you all the time who will face these stakeholders along, sometimes your project manager, right? So that's why it's important to engage. Now, when we decided the approach, whether it's adaptive or predictive, it's our job to go and discuss with stakeholders that, we are following waterfall or agile, and what kind of engagement is required from your side. Okay. So that they are also aligned with you as with your project approach and the overall purpose of the project. Okay. Um what else you need from stakeholders? You need their time commitment and resource commitment. Key elements: perform stakeholder analysis, define stakeholder collaboration. I'll just explain this, and stakeholder communication needs. So first is perform stakeholder analysis. The first step in this is identify, right? First, you need to identify the stakeholder who will be directly or indirectly impacted and their characteristics, as well as analyzing the information once collected, performed repeatedly as business analysis activities continue, right? So as I said, you will continue to ask who else can be impacted, who else can, give you more information, so that it has to be performed periodically, repeatedly. Also, it's possible that the person who you have been interacting with, that person left the organization, somebody else has joined, right? So that is also, you need to be careful that, you are checking your stakeholder. If you created a register or list, you are keeping it updated all the time. So how do you identify? We discussed there are different ways which you have to try, right? And you have to keep trying so that you can identify more and more stakeholders. So that is the first part. Identify and analyze your stakeholder. So one more thing is, you can document it in different ways. First is simply creating a stakeholder list, right? You call it a stakeholder list or a stakeholder register. Second, another way is to create, let's say, a matrix. Let's say authority of the stakeholder, and interest of the stakeholder. So if you can divide your stakeholder in these four categories, a person who has very high interest in your project, and he is a very senior person with a strong authority in your organization. You know that these people you have to manage very, very carefully. You will have to take care of their communication needs, what kind of communication they expect from you. All that you have to you have to be very careful. These people, they are okay. I mean, you have to engage with them, but you don't have to be on your toes all the time, right? So now you can create any such what you say metrics, and you can have authority, or you can have engagement, you can have interest, or something else. So you can create this on the basis of any two parameters that you want to use: authority and interest in the project, engagement and interest. Also, couple of more points that we can add. Just one thing that we need to be careful, that you should not end up adding this particular matrix in your project document or on your SharePoint where everyone can see, right? Because what will happen, this is not like, if a stakeholder ends up finding himself here, you know, he say, what do you think? I don't have any authority in the project, right? So this is slightly political. So generally, I do not create any such matrix in my formal project documents. If I want to create, I'll create it in my personal drive or in my personal spreadsheet and keep it in my personal computer, not as a shared project document. A stakeholder list. One more document that one more diagram that you can create is called onion diagram, right? Onion diagram. So this is like different layers similar to what we have onion. Onion has multiple layers, right? So this is your internal project team, your BAPM, developers, testers. Then you can say this is the impacted department of the organization. Impacted department. Then this is your organization. And anything that is outside is external, right? So this diagram can be created just to mainly to identify who are your stakeholders, internal, external, etc. Right? And this is also dependent on where exactly is the boundary. If I ask you who are your internal stakeholder and who are your external stakeholder, the first question that you should ask, where exactly is the boundary, right? By internal, if you mean people who are part of the project, then my boundary is here, right? But if you mean by that, if you mean that people who are internal to the organization, that the boundary is here. It's possible that in some of the projects you are working for external clients, but in some of the projects you are working for internal clients. Like I am part of technology, but I am working and creating something for HR department. So who are my client? HR. So in that case, if you say that people who are outside my organization are external, in this case, then there is no external stakeholder, right? HR is part of the same organization. So internal and external depends where exactly is the boundary, but I hope you understood the purpose of onion diagram. You can have 2 layers, 3 layers, or 4 layers depending on the need, and you can create such a diagram. Okay. So this is for the stakeholder identification and documentation of those stakeholders as a list, as a matrix, as a onion diagram, or sometimes we also create one more thing that is called persona. What is a persona? So basically, persona is a fictitious character, right? Just think of a project where, uh, like you are building any application where you can directly talk to the customer. Then who will give you the requirements? Directly you can talk to the customer. Like for example, you are building this software for your HR team. You can directly talk to the HR and get their requirements. But think about any bigger systems like Facebook or any other such systems where there are so many millions of users, etc. And you cannot possibly take their requirements, right? So how will you then create application where you cannot directly take the requirements? In such cases, persona can be very helpful. So you, in if I simplify it, it's like you try to put yourself in the shoe of your user and try to imagine, try to find out what kind of requirements that user would have with your system, right? What kind of usage that person would have with the system. So it's imaginary or fictitious character. You will still assign him or her a name, and you will try to understand. You will put the demographic data to that person, let's say age, gender, education, and whether that person is working or non-working, maybe the whether he's living in a city or in a town, etc., etc. And then you will try to understand what kind of use case that person would have with the system, right? So in such cases, because you cannot take directly requirement from the user, you can still try to identify the requirements. So, for example, let's say there is a requirement that uh, Simplilearn wants to build a new learning management platform. Okay. In this learning management uh, platform, who are the stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders if Simplilearn is planning to build a new learning management system? Who all can be the stakeholders? Students, trainers, technical team, trainers, learners, yes. Simplilearn management, faculty, admin team, all of them are these stakeholders. Now think about a situation where as a trainer, I it's possible that I can have uh, some requirements just as a trainer, right? And you can also have, as learners, you can have your own requirements. And uh, for example, I can have a requirement that says I want a feature. I want to upload additional documents on LMS so that I can share them with the learners. Right? Very simple. Instead of sharing the Google Drive, etc., if I could possibly upload all the additional documentation on the LMS so that learners can download. Do you think it's a valid requirement for a trainer? Yes, it is. Similarly, as a learner, you can have different requirements that I should be able to see my attendance on the platform. I should be able to download the recorded sessions from the platform. I should be able to download the additional material that trainer has shared from the platform, right? All those requirements you can have. Now imagine that there is a girl. Uh, she also wants to attend some classes from Simplilearn, but she knows that the network in her, she's from a small town or maybe a village, and the network is always patchy in that village. So attending live classes may be very, I mean, there might be a lot of interruptions when she's attending live classes. Now, if you think about her as a persona, what kind of requirements you can think of that we would like to add in Simplilearn's LMS? As soon as you identified a persona of a person who is living in a remote village with patchy internet connection, immediately you identified a requirement which is about recorded sessions, right? It can be useful for people who are living in city and missing the session, but at the same time, that gives you a good idea, right? What kind of requirement she might have, right? So that is the use of persona. From requirement classification schema from the BABOK point of view, they are divided as business requirements, stakeholder requirements, okay. Then we have solution requirements, which can be divided into functional and non-functional. And then you have transition requirement. Business requirements, and you can also see here why Simplilearn would launch a project like this. Maybe like Alam mentioned that they want to increase the enrollment by 30% so that they can get the more revenue. That is the business, a very valid business requirement where company wants to increase the revenue, and in order to increase the revenue, they will have to increase the number of students, number of enrollment, and in order to do that, they will have maybe more efficient system, and a system which is more user friendly, etc., etc. So that is fine. Now, when you talk about stakeholders, like I told you as a trainer, I want to upload additional documents. That's a very valid stakeholder requirement. As a trainer, I am also a stakeholder. As a student, as a learner, you can also have your own requirements, right? So the only point is that your stakeholder requirements should be aligned to the business requirement, right? We are talking about adding more revenue in gaining or getting more revenue. So if purpose is to have better user experience, so that more enrollment, etc., etc., your stakeholder requirements should be aligned. Same is with the functional requirement, non-functional requirement. Basically, all your low-level requirements should be aligned with the high-level objective, high-level organizational requirements, or high-level business requirements. So that is stakeholder requirement. Now, what can be functional and non-functional requirements? So, Ala mentioned, the platform must allow users to pay using UPI, cards, and net banking. These are functional requirements. The system should support 10,000 concurrent users without slowing down. That is non-functional. So what is the difference between functional and non-functional? Functional requirements are the features, functionalities of the system, right? And non-functional requirements are about performance, security, compatibility. So sometimes people get confused, but you should ask a very basic question, right? Let's say I give you a requirement that this particular website I should be able to open this particular website in Chrome, Mozilla, Internet Explorer. Now, in this requirement, am I talking about what website would do? What exactly is available on that website? Am I talking about any functionalities and features of that website? No, right? So then this is non-functional requirement because functionalities are not discussed in this requirement. Similarly, if I tell you that if I open your application, the application that you're building, if I open it in India, it should open by default, it should open in Hindi. If I open it in the United States, it should translate to English. And if it is in, let's say, Italy, it should be in Italian and things like that. Again, am I talking about what exactly is done on the website, how the user should log in, what are the security, what are the what is required to log in into the system? Nothing. I'm simply talking about the compatibility with different browsers. So that is a non-functional requirement. If I tell you that concurrent users, as he mentioned, right? Right now, let's say this Zoom platform would allow 100 users, but I want more revenue. I want more people to join my classes. So I want 200 people to join at a time. Again, this is a non-functional requirement. Okay. So I hope you're clear about the distinction between functional and non-functional. Nobody is saying that functional requirements are more important than non-functional. It's not the case. It's just the theoretical, segregation or classification. It doesn't mean that one type of requirements are more important or more critical than other. For example, if you talk about a printer, right? A printer should be able to print colored and black and white pages. That is fine. Functional requirement. Uh, a printer should be able to print 20 pages per minute or 50 pages per minute. Now, this is non-functional requirement, but in case of printer, that can be one of the most important requirement, right? The speed of the printer, performance of the printer. That is one of the most important requirements. So never think that, functional are more important or non-functional are more important. They both are important. Sometimes a functional can be higher priority than non-functional or vice versa. Now somebody tell me what is the transition requirement? So we always say that transition requirements are temporary requirements. Once the system is live, once you reach to the target state or your future state, these requirements cease to exist. They don't exist after the transition, after the change. Basically, they are temporary requirements. Like, for example, we were talking about shifting our house, and we were talking about packers and movers. Do you think packers and movers you need one time, or you will keep needing them again and again? Once your house is shifted, once your household items are shifted, You don't need them. So that requirement is one-time requirement. That requirement is transition requirement, required only for the transition, right? When you move from existing platform like LMS to new LMS, you migrate the existing data of existing students. That migration is required one time. It's not you will continue to migrate it on daily basis. Similarly, if I launch a new software, I need to train the users. Now that training is required once, right? And that is why training is also a transition requirement. So this is how you need to identify transition requirements. One-time requirements required only for the transition period, only for that change period, not all the time. Functional and non-functional requirement will remain there as long as you will use that system. Those requirements will remain with the system, right? Now, depending on the approach, you will have to define the collaboration, right? Stakeholder collaboration is planned to ensure ongoing engagement in business analysis activities. Approach may vary by stakeholder type and activity. Key consideration include timing. See, now your approach is important. How much time you need stakeholders from stakeholders. In case of Agile, you need 4 to 6 hours every 2 weeks for sprint review, maybe for requirement grooming sessions. And in case of waterfall, that is different. So it's not like you can decide in isolation, right? That's where you need inputs from a stakeholder, whether they have that kind of time or not. Second is stakeholders' communication needs. All stakeholders can have different type of communication needs. For example, your project sponsor, he or she cannot attend all the status meetings every week. So you might have to set up separate 30 minutes just with your sponsor, where you can walk her through the project status, project progress, and in case there are any problems, right? With tech teams, you might need a different meeting. So point here is you need to identify what type of meetings, what type of communication your stakeholders need, whether written or verbal. So generally, in all the projects, I would create a communication plan where it's not a complicated something. It's very simple. I'll have on one side I'll have list of stakeholders. On the other side, I will have what kind of communication they want. So for example, I'll send a weekly status email, right? I'll decide who all will receive this. I'll run one weekly workshop with all the technical teams who are impacted. And in this case, I'll request only technology teams, application teams to join this. There can be one weekly meeting with business stakeholders where we'll have just business, right? And maybe you can have one fortnightly meeting with everyone and things like that. So this is my communication plan. Who will tell me what kind of communication they need? I can obviously check with stakeholders what kind of communication they are expecting from the project. In case of Agile, some of these things are automatically decided if you are using Scrum, right? You already have those meetings which you need to run, and stakeholders need to join those meetings. Clear? So if I ask you to create a stakeholder communication plan, can you create it, or do you think it's very difficult? It's very simple, right? List of stakeholders, different ways of communication, and the frequency. I say status email. A status email, all the stakeholders will receive frequencies, let's say weekly. The full stakeholder connect, let's say frequencies fortnightly, all the stakeholders. You can have a steering committee, steerco. You can have a planning meeting and things like that, right? So all that is just two-dimensional data that we need to put on a spreadsheet and create plan, right? Very simple. And different stakeholders, customers, we discussed yesterday, who are your customers, who are your end users, who are the suppliers, provide products or services that may influence or support the stakeholder engagement plan. So supplier can be of different types, right? They are providing you material, they are providing you software, or maybe they are providing you human resources as well. Many times there are companies, typical IT tech companies who are in body shopping also, right? So I need Java developers, I can reach out to them and they can help me with 20 developers, right? So different kind of suppliers, vendors are there. Regulators. Who is the banking regulator in India? RBI, right? Who is the regulator for capital market in India? SEBI. AMFI is for mutual funds. For insurance, it's IRDA. So these are the regulators, right? They will have a lot of requirements, a lot of constraints on your requirements, and that is why they become one of the key regulators, especially on such projects where you have some regulatory requirements. A sponsor, the person who has authority on the funding, a person who is providing the funding to the project. That is the sponsor. Project manager with no domain subject matter expert, technical subject matter expert, architects. They all are different technical people who and domain subject matter expert is a person who has that domain knowledge. Do you think BA needs to have domain expertise? Theoretically, BA can be domain agnostic, right? Theoretically. Why? Because do you think BA is going to create requirements or BA is going to elicit requirements? BA is not going to create requirements himself, right? So if BA is very good, he can ask right questions, he can use all the techniques, he can create questionnaire, he can run workshops, he can do brainstorming sessions, then he can elicit the requirements from the users, right? So in a ideal world, he can do without having any domain expertise, and that is correct also. But when we talk about practical things, most of the companies, most of the managers would expect that BA comes with some domain expertise, so that there is no learning curve. A person who I hired today should start performing tomorrow. So practically, all the job descriptions, all the JDs on LinkedIn or other job platforms, they would expect a person with domain background, right? But in an ideal world, BA can do without domain expertise. Let's start with the third task of the first knowledge area. Now, this is about plan, business analysis, governance. So, when we say governance, what do you mean by governance? Do you know what exactly do we do when we say I'm governing the project, or there are project governance activities? What do we mean by that? Project governance, or overall business analysis governance? What do you think is the meaning? Controls, keeping track of all the activity, monitoring and sharing the feedback. So the most important thing from the project point of view is how do we take the approvals? Who all will provide the approvals? Who have that authority to provide the approval, right? And in case of escalations, who need to be reached out to? That is also part of governance. So approval, escalations, uh, the distribution of the documents, and authority from project decision making point of view, design decision making point of view, as well as budget point of view. So and your escalation metrics of the project. So these are the things which are part of the business analysis governance. Now, why do you need to identify this? Because in your project, governance is required. In every project, governance is required. So again, the same question, it's your business analysis governance should be subset of project governance, right? It cannot be like in project you have some stakeholders which are identified, and you're uh, in BA in business analysis governance, you are asking for somebody else, right? That will not happen. So whenever we talk about any plan, any governance approach, or any other plan, for example, communication plan, etc., uh, your business analysis plan will be subset of overall project plan in all the cases without any exception, right? So that is first thing, that what all is considered under governance, what all will fall under governance. Why we need to identify? Because project will not be able to execute the project without governance, because there are so many steps, there are so many stages in the project where you need clarity on governance. For example, requirements are captured, requirements are documented. Now you need to take the sign off on the document. Somebody should approve the documents, right? You need to know who is that person, and that is part of project governance. uh, who is going to provide the approvals, let's say on the design. In this case, it may not be business stakeholder, but an architect. If in your organization there is a architecture review board, in most of the bigger organization, you will have ARB, where every project will present their design, their architecture, and ARB board will have senior architects and they'll approve your design in the project, right? Similarly, the test cases, test results, who will provide the approval, who will take the review session and provide the approval. So there are many stages in the project where you need different type of approvals from your stakeholders, tech and business both. Same in case of escalations, who they need to reach out to you. It's simple, right? Like when you are out of office, you leave that message, right? Out of office message, which tells everyone who is sending your email that, say, I'm on planned leave from this date to this date. In my absence, please reach out to these people. And for any escalation, reach out to my boss. And you provide their email IDs or phone numbers. That is part of the governance. It's your responsibility, everyone's responsibility, that if you are away, set a proper out of office message so that people can reach out to the respective people who you mentioned in your out of office reply. These are the important points. And also budget approvals, who has the authority to approve the budget, who has the authority to deal with escalations, right? Most of the times escalations or conflict, most of this time the sponsor of the project would have ultimate authority, and sometimes depending on the requirements, maybe somebody from the business side would have authority. And it depends on the project approach. If it is, let's say, agile, in that case, product owner would have authority on the product backlog. So every requirement, everything that is part of the backlog, he will have final authority. Obviously, he will take inputs from different stakeholders, but product owner owns the backlog. What goes into that backlog, what goes out of that backlog, the prioritization of the backlog, reprioritization of the backlog, all of those things are the authority or the responsibility of the product owner, right? So business analysts play a key role in establishing and maintaining a governance process, ensuring that any uncertainties within it are addressed. Now, do you think we need to inform a stakeholder about the governance? Whatever approach that you are taking, whatever governance you are setting up, do you think a stakeholder needs to be informed about it? Yes, right? So that is why it is mentioned here. You make the decisions, you need to inform. There is one more important aspect of governance that is called change control. How the changes will be controlled in the project, how the change requests will be managed in the project. Earlier, I think nowadays it's not that strict, but earlier when I was starting my career and until I think 10 years back, especially in the traditional waterfall project, there used to be this change control board, CCB. Do you understand what is the meaning of baselining? Baselining is current status. So you can baseline your budget, you can baseline scope and timelines also, and requirements, everything. So basically, it is like something is going on and I have taken a snapshot that, this is the version of the document, this is the version of the requirements, or this is, let's say, 1 million USD is the budget, or let's say 6 months is the baseline timeline required for this project. After that, everything will be considered as a change. So baselining is like a snapshot taken and considered as this is the final one. And afterwards, everything will be considered as change request. So earlier, if there is a requirement change, right, I will tell all my stakeholders that there is a particular template. In this template, you have to fill certain details like what is the change, why this change is requested, what are the benefits of this change, who is the requester, is there any impact on other aspects of the project. So you will have to fill all these fields and you have to send this to a particular email ID. You are not supposed to send this to me individually. There is a CCB email ID created. You have to send this completed form to this email ID only. right? If this form is not submitted properly, will not consider your change request. If this is not sent to a particular email ID, this will not be considered. So the process was very strict. Now there will be people in this CCB, maybe project manager, business analyst, somebody from the business side or other stakeholders who are important. They'll be part of the CCB. Here they need to attend the meeting. CCB will run monthly or bi-monthly meeting where people will join and they'll explain this, why their changes should be considered, etc., etc. And depending on many aspects like what is the impact on the timeline of the project, what are the benefits of this particular change request, many all of these things will be considered, and there could be three possible outcomes. What could be the possible outcomes after discussion in CCB? Either you accept the change request, or you can reject the change request, or you can just defer that, okay, we will do it but later. So these could be the possible outcomes out of CCB meeting where all the changes are discussed, right? So now you are starting the project. Don't you think that this should be established? How change requests will be entertained, how they will be analyzed, how the decision will be made on those change requests. Do you think this should be part of project governance? It is, right? This is part of project governance and it should be informed to the stakeholders so that they are aware that I need to raise a change request. This is the process that I need to follow. Similarly, as I explained yesterday, whenever you create BRD or FRD, or in fact JIRAs, you need to create two tables mostly in the beginning of the documents. One is called list of approvers or approver list. Right here, you list down all the people who are supposed to approve or sign off this document. Second list is called distribution list. Distribution. It will have all the people who will receive a copy of this document. So even creating this is part of governance, right? Who all should receive the copy? Even that is not that mandatory, but this part, approval part, is very much part of the governance. So you see, we do so many things practically which are part of overall project or business analysis governance. For example, this CCB setup, how the change request will be considered, who will provide the who will provide the approvals. That is on the requirement. Same thing will happen on the design, testing, etc., etc. So all those things together make project business analysis governance process. So let's see what is there in these slides. Now you see what is there in the input, business analysis approach. Now I am sure you are able to tell why this is this is there as the input, because the CCB which I explained is part of waterfall. That strict change control board and the entire process is not applicable in agile. So if your project is agile, that CCB approach is completely different, right? The sign off and approval that you need to take on BRD, FRD, that is completely different. So on the basis of business analysis approach, your governance is different, right? Your governance is different and it depends on the approach that your project is taking. I hope you are clear about it. And why stakeholder engagement? So these are the output of previous two tasks. I'm sure you will be able to see that 3.1 and 3.2. So previous two tasks produced these outputs and they are considered here, because here we are talking about governance which has impact on the stakeholders, as I told you, who you need to reach out for the approvals, who you need to reach out to for escalations, etc. So that is why these two are the inputs, right? Output will be governance approach. Also, you need to understand that when I say business analysis approach or stakeholder engagement approach, do not always expect that there will be a fancy document created and that document will say, I am business analysis approach of the project, or I am stakeholder engagement approach of the project, or I am the governance approach, right? Sometimes you don't create a document, separate document just for this. It's like or you discussed, you agreed, or maybe it's there in the emails, or you may create a proper document. That's fine. What I'm saying that it's not mandatory that for each and every such things, you have a very formal document created, right? Sometimes it's agreed verbally, sometimes it's over email, sometimes there may be a formal document also. So it all depends. But the purpose is clear that why we need these two inputs, so that you can identify the governance approach. Okay. Now you see guidelines and tools, again the same thing. From your previous projects, you might have created such things like governance approach. So you can take that, you can use that. If there are any business policies that says, for example, up to 10,000, team lead can approve, but beyond 10,000, only manager can approve. Many such things, right? Where you have approvals, where you have authoritative decisions, there can be some business policies that who can approve, who can provide this. So if there are any such policies, we need to take care of. Current state description, why? Because it will, again, it will explain you what is the, who are the stakeholders, and who all we need to consider when we are talking about approvals, etc. And same is for legal and regulatory. If there are any legal requirements, you can take care of them. So the purpose of this task is to identify how business analysis work will be approached and prioritized, define the process for proposing changes, the change control board. This is the prioritization, as I explained you that in Agile only PO is responsible. Otherwise, you may have a prioritization board also. Clarify who has the authority and responsibility to propose changes. Determine who is responsible to analyze change requests. Establish who has the authority to approve changes. Specify how changes will be documented and communicated, right? Implementation of an insurance claim processing system. Context: insurance company initiates a new claim processing system to improve efficiency, traceability, and compliance. The project spans several departments, including legal, claim processing, and IT, all of which have a stake in requirement approval and process compliance. Challenges: multi-department approvals were necessary for all requirement documentation. Regulatory framework mandated strict audit trails and version control for all artifacts. Lack of governance in previous project led to delays, compliance issues, and ambiguous approvals. If there is no governance, project will get impacted, right? Multi-department approval, this is what we do in your on your BRD, FRD, all departments, everyone who is impacted, they should provide the approval. You created a document, right? BRD. Uh, from audit point of view, what exactly do you maintain? If there are changes on that document, what exactly you do to manage those changes, and make sure that audit trail is maintained. So this is the main point, that this is also very, very important thing, right? To maintain different versions of your document. If you are doing it on Jira, requirements are captured on Jira, automatically your changes will be captured. Or you are using, let's say, SharePoint. So when you upload the document, it gives you option to override the existing version or create a new version. So there also automatically your version control is happening. Same as on Confluence. But in case you created a Word document or a spreadsheet or something, you can always create a table in the beginning of that document, where you can have simple things like date, date, changes, and you will have the change ID. So basically 3-4 things. The change number, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and then you have some description about that change, and also you will have version number. It will be like, for first version you can have 1, or then you can have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and then you can have 2.1, 2.2. Why, when you move like this number, minor number, 1, 2 point, after point you are moving 1, 2, 3, that means a minor change, minor version change. When you move this number, that means there is a bigger change, right? Larger change in the document. So sometimes you can have even 1.1.1, and you keep moving this for very minor changes, trivial changes. For medium changes, you can move this, and then this for bigger changes, right? So you can have a proper table, and it depends. If you want to create it very detailed, you can explain the change. You can have other things which were part of your change control, change request format, right? Who requested the change, what is the impact, and everything. Then you can document in this table. So practically, you will have to have this table in all your documents, BRDs, FRDs, if you are creating formal documents, right? And then, as I explained in Jira, on SharePoint and of Confluence, change control is, I mean, version control is maintained by the system itself. Obviously, when you upload document on SharePoint, it gives you option, right? Whether to create a new version, and then it asks you to provide your comments. So it's like you can always provide detailed comments so that they are part of the audit trail. Clear? Now you see the governance structure here for this scenario. A steering committee was formed to review and approve high-level business requirements. A change control board was set up for evaluating and approving all change requests. All documents and requirements were maintained in SharePoint with versioning enabled and access control implemented. Review and escalation process, stakeholder roles and escalation paths were clearly defined using RACI metrics. So RACI metrics is also very important part of governance. Approval workflow, e-signature workflows ensure timely and traceable approvals. And governance cadence, weekly governance meeting were scheduled with representatives from each department to prevent bottlenecks. All of these points just we discussed. There is, I think, one point that is access control, right? So that is also part of governance. What does that mean? Who can access, right? So on SharePoint, I mean, every project can create their own SharePoint and then they can control the access. If I need access, I may have to request that. So it's not like SharePoints are not public documents where anyone can come and have access, right? So project managers or PMOs, they will maintain the access. Only project people or relevant stakeholders will have the access to that SharePoint. What are the outcomes? All documentation was audit ready. Regulators commended the traceability, weekly meetings and clearly defined decisions. The defined governance model ensured clarity of responsibilities, and the CCB successfully handled changes with minimum disruption. So these are the benefits of this governance. What is the best governance mechanism to handle this? See, change control board. In a compliance-heavy project, how does a business analysis governance plan help ensure audit readiness? Again, the correct answer is C. By tracking decisions, approvals, and changes formally. In an adaptive approach, when is planning typically finalized? Iteratively throughout the project. Which of the following is an appropriate activity in hybrid approach? Fixed documentation for every sprint, no planning at all, combining formal approvals with iterative feedback, avoiding collaboration with developers. Now, in some of the questions like this, elimination is the best approach. If you are confused, nobody can say that no planning should be done, right? Even it's agile, rapid agile, whatever, no planning is not the solution. So you can simply eliminate. Nobody in any of the approach would say that avoid collaboration, whether it's waterfall, agile, rapid agile, Kanban, lean. Nobody would say that avoid collaboration. So these two options are gone. And fixed documentation for every sprint is impossible, right? Every sprint will have different features to be delivered, different requirements to be delivered. So same documentation cannot work for every sprint. So the correct answer is C, combining formal approvals. Next, what technique works best to identify all stakeholders in a large complex project? A stakeholder resists a project due to change fatigue. How should the BA respond? Correct? C, yes. What type of meeting is most useful for continuous stakeholder input in agile projects? So in agile projects, there is nothing like weekly status report. In a typical agile project, there is nothing like end of project feedback sessions or mid-phase approvals. So in fact, out of 4, if you have basic understanding of agile, you know that these 3 things don't even exist in typical agile setup, right? Only sprint demo is the valid option. Next question, when should the change control process be established? At the end of the project, before requirements are finalized, only for low priority tasks after the release? Correct answer is B. So if I ask you, let's play a game, right? And once we are, I mean, in between or towards the end, I say, now I'll tell you the rules. And as per the rules, which I just told you, I am the winner of that game. Would you like it? So generally, it's always good that if you want to set up governance, if you want to set up any rules, any practices, we should do it beforehand in the beginning so that everyone is aware, so that nobody can complain. If I had known this, then I would have done that differently, right? So to avoid such conflicts, it's better to set up your rules, governance, etc., in the beginning towards the first phase of the project. In a predictive approach, what ensures traceability of requirements? Because approach is predictive, so anyway, burn down charts, daily stand-ups, they are not valid options. Correct is C. What does stakeholder analysis helps the BA determine? Stakeholder analysis. What does it help us with? Yes. Communication preferences, influences, and engagement risk. So the fourth task is plan business analysis, information management. Now, what do you understand reading the name? On the basis of this name, information management, what do you understand? Do you get any idea by the name itself? What do you think will be the purpose of this particular task? Just to reiterate, for example, in the previous task, we established the governance, right? It was not like we executed the governance. At that time, we were not escalating. At that time, we were not sending anything out for approvals, right? It was just the understanding and setting up the process, governance process. Similarly, here, it's not like you will start managing the information. It's like how you will manage the information during the project. That is what is decided here. So how the information is stored and managed, management of information, who will manage, how it will be managed, getting information, how to handle collection, right? All of that, right? First of all, tell me what all is considered as business analysis information. What all can be considered as BA information? All your requirement documents, BRD, FRD, JIRA, whatever you create. In fact, minutes of the meetings, any diagrams, wireframes. So any traceability metrics, RACI metrics, SWOT analysis. So whatever you perform, right? All of those things are considered your business analysis information. What is the purpose of this information? What is the purpose of all these documents? Ultimately, you will have to share them with these stakeholders, get their approvals, etc., like we discussed. So now you tell me, what do you think can be the input to this task? We just discussed what is the purpose of this task. In order to perform this task, what do you think can be the inputs to this task? So basically, let's say business analysis information, right? Because I just explained, requirements are not only the BA information. There are many other things like diagrams, minutes, RACI, traceability, all of them are information. So any information that is supposed to be managed. So that is the BA information. And what else will be the input? So this BA information and the stakeholder engagement approach. Why do you think a stakeholder engagement approach can be the input? Because all that we are doing, managing and sharing of the information, that is done for the stakeholder and with the stakeholder, right? So now do you think it's difficult to guess? Once you start understanding what is the purpose of this task, many times, most of the times, you will be able to guess inputs, all right, and output. If in some cases where it is confusing, you will still be able to give the answers when you see the options, right? Like in this case, you can guess that because we are talking about managing the information. So first of all, information has to be the input, and why we are managing for the stakeholder. So that is also the input, right? This task is about defining how you will create, organize, store, access, and manage all business analysis information. So this will also cover who all can have access. So access management, access control of that information, and sharing also. Like tell me one thing, you created a huge BRD. Now that BRD is, let's say, because of the screenshots because of the pictures, etc. Now it's 50 MB, and your organization does not allow 50 MB documents to be shared over the email. So what would you do? You want to take the approvals from the stakeholders on this BRD. How will you share the BRD and take the approval? Approach, SharePoint, Drive, Confluence repository, right? And then you can simply share the link of that SharePoint to all your stakeholders that this is the BRD uploaded at this location. Please review it and provide your sign off, right? So now, do you think that stakeholder engagement is playing some role here? So now see what all inputs are there. BA approach, because in waterfall you will create different documents, different information. In agile, you will create different information, different documents. Because this information is supposed to be shared with the stakeholders to take their approvals, to take their sign-offs, to take their inputs. So that's why they are also, that is also there. And also you will discuss with the stakeholders, right? What kind of documentation they are expecting. Like I told you, some of my stakeholders were not comfortable with Jira, so I had to create BRD. And third is governance approach, because we are again talking about approval, sign-offs, etc. So all three inputs make perfect sense when you talk about business analysis, information management, right? Again, the same things. If there is any lesson learned, business policies, information management tool, right? This is a new guideline which was not there with previous task, but it is making perfect sense. Because if there is SharePoint, which is used consistently in your organization, and the mandate is every team will use it, so then you will use it. So see, whenever there are decisions made by the organization, for example, which tools to be used, I think it gets easy for us in most of the scenarios, right? The less decisions I need to make, the better I feel. And especially the bigger decision, which tool to be used and all, right? So if there is any information management tools which are, mandated or some prescribed by your organization, it's good. SharePoint, Confluence, whatever. And if there is any legal regulatory information that is required. So you see, very easy to guess guidelines and tools, very easy to guess inputs. And output is information management approach. Now, again, as I said earlier, you may not have to create a dedicated document that this is the information management approach, right? It's just discussed, agreed verbally, maybe over email. Sometimes, if it is really formal, your project environment is really formal, you can create a document with just one table that these are the documents I'll produce. This is how I'll store them, and this is how I'll share them for the approval. So a simple table can be created. Key elements: organization of business analysis information. Business analyst structure information for easy access, considering data type, stakeholder needs, and change complexity while ensuring clarity. So how would you store? It's like how will you create a folder structure? So for example, I created a project SharePoint. Let's say project one. So this is my SharePoint. Here I can create folder structure that this is for BRD. All different versions of the BRD will be here. Here I have, let's say, all the approvals which I need to store for audit purpose. I can have all the whatever. If I have created any other documents, I can put it here. Let's say test, sign offs. So basically, the simple organization, like even in our laptops, we do that, right? You create a proper structure so that it's easy for you to fetch the information later, refer to that information later. Um, okay. So that is the organization of information. And then this is also important level of abstraction, because not every stakeholder can consume the information at same level. Your sponsor might need just one slide, right? One slide to understand the status of the project. Your tech team might need a detailed BRD, detailed FRD, maybe detailed design documents, right? So you cannot have same meeting or same document for all your stakeholders. So when you create document, you may have to take care of the role of the stakeholder, the complexity of the information, and what kind of documents they can consume. And how do you know which document you are supposed to create for different stakeholders? You will discuss and agree that in previous task, a stakeholder engagement approach. So when I talk to, let's say, sponsor for the first time, I can request, I can ask him or her that, I'll do this meeting on weekly basis. I'll create this document. Are you okay with this? Do you need something else? Right? Same goes with other projects, other stakeholders. So you create different documents for different stakeholders because not everyone can consume 100 pages of documents. Somebody needs 100 pages, so they are not, or they cannot be okay with 2 pager. Plan traceability. We discussed that requirements are captured at different levels, right? You have your business requirements, which are high level business requirements, organizational purpose, the main objective of the project. Then you capture stakeholder requirements. Then you capture functional, non-functional requirements, right? And then you create your test cases to test the requirements. You have releases to release them in production, things like that. So basically, the work that we do in a project, is stakeholder requirements that we implement or functional non-functional requirements that we implement, they all should support our business objective, right? Why should I work on something that is not supporting the business objective of the project? So basically, that is the main purpose, that all the work that we are doing here, any stakeholder requirements that are here, or any functional non-functional requirements that are here, they all are aligned to at least one, or they must be aligned to some business purpose, some business requirement. So that is the main purpose of traceability matrix. You write business requirements. To deliver this business requirement, you create functional non-functional requirement. So basically the alignment is required. Basically you should be able to trace in both the direction. So if you are tracing in this direction, this is called forward traceability. Forward traceability. If you are moving in this direction, this is called backward traceability. So basically they answer two different questions. The business requirement or this stakeholder requirement, is it getting delivered? Is it getting coded? Is it getting delivered through any of the requirements? Is it getting tested properly? So that is how you look on forward side, right? That okay, yes, this particular business requirement will be delivered through this functional non-functional requirement. These are the test cases which will test this requirement, and this will be part of release 1. So this is forward. You are making sure all your requirements are getting covered, they are getting coded, they are getting tested, they are getting released. So forward traceability. Why I'm doing this particular test case, why I'm writing this particular test case, why this functional or non-functional requirement exists. So if you want to understand the background and the purpose of the work that you are doing, coding, testing, whatever. So if you want to understand the purpose, if you want to link it back to the business objective, that is called backward traceability, right? So you can trace back to the business objective. That is backward traceability. So that's where traceability matrix is very, very, very useful. If you have this properly created, properly documented, it gives you information in both the directions. Okay. R stand for release. Also, it's like for business analyst, you will create like first 4 columns. Then test cases, you can request your testers to capture here against each and every requirement. So that will make sure your test coverage, all the requirements are getting tested. From development team, you can get the idea on releases. So it's not like obviously you own this document, it's your document, but you can take the inputs from testers, from developers to fill these last 2-3 columns, right? So this is the purpose of traceability, forward and backward. Now, the same document can provide you a lot of insights, right? That is why I consider it very important. A lot of insights you can get just by looking at the traceability matrix. So let's say there is this traceability matrix. I'll create it here. So there are business requirements, let's say 1, 2, and 3. And there are this functional requirements. Functional, non-functional, I'll capture here just for the simplicity. And there we have test cases and releases. So against, if if against any of these business requirement, this column is blank, what does that tell you? You don't have anything in functional, non-functional requirement. What does that tell you? Obviously, your traceability matrix will not be as simple as this looks right now. You might have multiple rows under each and every business requirement for each and every functional, non-functional requirement. So this situation where nothing is there in functional, non-functional requirement, what does that tell you? This tells you that maybe this particular business requirement is not covered. This is not getting developed because this is not linked to any of the functional, non-functional requirement, right? Similarly, if this field is blank, it tells you that this functional requirement, whatever is here, or this business requirement, they are not getting tested. They are not part of test coverage, right? Here, if you see, everything is populated here properly, but this field is blank. You know that maybe the developers have not included this particular requirement in this release. So you get a lot of insights, right? Whether your requirements are getting properly coded, whether they are getting properly tested, whether they are part of the release or not, right? All of this is very valid information. Now, if you see that here you have 1 or 2 test cases, here you have 3 test cases, but here you have 20 test cases. Do you see any problems with this row? What is the problem here? That maybe this requirement is too big, maybe this requirement is very complex, maybe it will make sense to split this into smaller requirements, because something which is too big is always that will create a lot of complexity. So when you have requirements which can get tested within 5 to 10 test cases, but here it's too big, maybe it's time to split it into smaller ones, right? So you see how many different inputs you get. Now, what happens when you go to your team and you tell them that there is a change in the requirements? How do you think your developers and testers react? Whenever a business analyst reaches out to the team with a change request, what is the first reaction? Why this change, right? This business analyst is so stupid. He keeps coming back with change requests, right? Then they resist. So first of all, very rarely they are happy with the change request, right? Whenever you go as a business analyst, whenever you go to your team with a change request, they just resist it. That, okay, then what is the second point? So first point is the resistance, right? They'll tell you so many things, but what is the second point? Second input that comes from their side? That this change request means I have to do everything all over again. There is a huge impact. Now I'll have to rewrite the code. I have to test everything all over again, right? So they try to tell you that everything is impacted. Everything has to be redone. Is it normal or not? Normal. That is the normal reaction that you get from them. Now, if you have a very properly documented traceability metrics, do you think it can see? It's not like we are going to fight with developers and testers, but do you think it will put you in a situation where you can negotiate, where you can have a reasonable debate that requirement? I am changing one functional requirement, and this is the impact on test cases. Why are you saying that hundreds of test cases are impacted? So basically, it gives you some background, some information which can put you in a situation where you can, question, cross question, right? Again, it's not to fight with them, but to get some background, right? Otherwise, they think BA or PMs, they don't have technical background. So we can tell everything is impacted and they'll agree, right? Do you agree or not? Proper traceability metrics will give you so many different inputs which are required in the project. Okay. Now, one more layer. So in my recent projects, I'm not part of any particular development team. Okay, let's say there is a big regulation coming up, a big regulatory requirement, or any big project where you have few very high level big requirements. Okay, so first thing that I do, I interpret these requirements and let's say I create a BRD. Okay, where I detail them down and I create some business requirements. Then I'll create this traceability matrix where in this column, I'll list down the impact on each and every application. So generally, because these projects are very big, it's possible that they will have impact on multiple applications, right? This application has some impact because these projects are impacting front to back a complete flow. So here, for each and every requirement, let's say this is my requirement. For this requirement, I'll create multiple rows. Eh, There is impact on application 1, application 2, and application 3. For example, okay, this requirement which is here, this will have impact on application 4, 3, and 1 and 2. Now, in the next column, here I'll write down the exact impact. So application 1, this is what you need to do. Application 2, this is what you need to do. Application 3, this is what you need to do. And then the remaining thing will remain same, that code or test cases and releases, etc. So I've added one more layer of complexity where I'm tracking the changes or the impacts on multiple applications because of my requirements. And then the responsibility, I can add one more field here, that is the application Jira. So now you think about a situation where I'm working on a big program and there are multiple applications which are impacted. In those applications, they would have their individual BAs working for that particular application. So now those BAs, they don't have to read the regulatory text of 100 pages. They don't have to go back and read all those regulatory documents, etc. For them, this traceability metrics becomes source of truth. They come to this matrix, they filter out on this column that if they are from application 1, they'll simply filter out all the requirements on the basis of application 1, and they can see the exact impact on their applications, right? Then they create respective JIRAs, they create test cases and assign them to releases. So if I want to check all my BRD requirements are getting developed, I will simply see if all the requirements have JIRAs assigned to them. So if requirement number 4 does not have any Jira here, I'll talk to that BA and say why this requirement is not getting coded. Where is the Jira? Where are the test cases? Right? How you are testing? I can get a walkthrough of their test cases to make sure all my requirements are getting properly tested. So you see, from simple metrics, it becomes a very, very useful tool, not just for me, but for the application BAs, right? So this is just one layer of added complexity where you have multiple different applications impacted. So I always create this document in all my projects. This template is like you can create it depends how complex you want to create this. Because in this example, in my example, it can get very, very complex because I'm talking about here if you have 50 requirements, right? And you have, like in my previous project, 15 applications were impacted. And you can imagine number of rows which I'll have in this traceability matrix. So if you want your entire project document, this can become your entire project document, because when I'm talking about requirement number 1, I can mention the entire requirement here, right? So there is no BRD. I can convert this traceability matrix into a single document, because I'll mention requirement here itself. They can write Jira here, they can write test cases here itself, but then it will become so heavy and very, very difficult to maintain. Because understand also that if you create too many columns and make it very complex, there is a change request, there is any change, you have to update this and maintain it throughout the project. So it's better to keep it simple and manageable. Okay. Now, how will you implement this requirement? You, as a learner, you want to see your attendance in the LMS. How will you implement it? There has to be some functional requirement. Functional requirement will be the navigation on LMS. On this page, there should be a table where you can see your attendance, right? You can have a UI wireframe attached to that requirement. Similarly, for my requirement, there will be a functional requirement explaining this is how it will be implemented. Functional requirement will tell you how, right? A stakeholder requirement is simply I want to upload, but how it will be uploaded, that part, the screen, the buttons, how, any controls that you want, like only 10 MB document can be uploaded, not bigger than that. All those things. Now they are captured in functional requirements, right? And these requirements are supposed to be tested when implemented. So now when you look at the traceability metrics, you will see that functional requirement, the stakeholder requirement was to have a feature to upload document. This feature, this particular requirement is implemented using these two solution requirements or functional requirements. One is related to UI, one is related to the UI control, and these two requirements are getting tested by these 20 test cases. So you can make sure all your requirements are getting developed through some functional non-functional requirements, and they are getting properly tested. So this is the main purpose of traceability, to make sure everything is covered. Okay. What is the meaning of plan for requirements reuse? See, if you are living alone, right, in your house, you come back from somewhere, you put your car keys on your desk, maybe on the on your dining table, maybe on your sofa. Is that okay or not? Because you are living alone. So it doesn't matter if you are a very organized person or you are not very organized, it's fine. But if you're living in a family and everyone in your family use the same car, now do you think it becomes more important to organize properly? Yes, then once you are back, you are supposed to put your key at a fixed place so that when somebody else needs the same key in your family, they can easily find it out, right? Because that is the purpose here of plan for requirements reuse. Reusing, if your organization works on similar projects, right? So reusing well-structured accessible requirements saves time and cost. So that is the purpose. You are anyway, managing your requirements. You are creating the drives. You are properly organizing your structure. But if you think they can be reused, then it becomes even more important, right? To properly organize, to properly label your folder. So even if as an outsider, if I come and I want to check your requirements, etc. You give me the SharePoint link. I should be able to navigate through different folders myself because they are labeled properly and they are organized properly. So that is the purpose of reuse. Your information, how exactly you are storing it in various ways, depending on the needs, depending on the conditions, right? Which tools you want to use, like SharePoints, Confluence, even these normal hard drives where you are storing in the documents like BRD, FRD, and traceability metrics. So that is the storage and access. Then requirement attributes. What are requirement attributes? Anyone, any idea? So see, how do you capture requirements? Let's say, what are the main attributes that you capture? Requirement ID, requirement, let's say name, description, right? Priority, requester, current status of that requirement, things like that, right? Any supporting document, any supporting diagram. So you capture requirements in a particular template using fixed attributes, right? Is that correct or not? Even when you create FRD or BRD, this is like you have some common sections, and then for requirements, you create this table and you repeat it. Like if you have 10 requirements, you will repeat the same table 10 times, and every table will have these standard fields, right? Even when you create requirements in Jira, Jira has the same template. When you click on create, it will open up a window where you have multiple fields. Some of them are optional, some of them are mandatory. You will have to fill all these fields and save. Then your Jira gets created. So these fields are called requirement attributes. So again, if you have admin access and you check, in Jira you have hundreds of fields which are available. As an admin, I can choose out of 100 that I want these 20 fields to be captured. So as an admin, I will go in settings and I'll change that I'll select only 20 fields. So when the user will click on create, they will see only 20 fields in that. So basically, it is up to us and up to the project what all requirement attributes you want to capture for each and every requirement, right? So requirement attributes support ongoing management by linking key information to individuals or grouped requirements. They help team assess trade-offs, identify impacted stakeholders, and evaluate change impact. So here you can have status, you can have impacts, you can have impacted application, supporting application, upstream systems, downstream systems. So a lot of fields can be captured here. So here again, just to reiterate, we are not creating requirement document. We are just deciding what kind of requirements we'll create, how many attributes we'll capture for those requirements, where we will store those requirements, how we'll manage the access control, how we'll have the access control for those requirement documents, right? And output is the document strategy, how, where, and how information is housed or stored, who can view, edit, and share those documents, version management of those documents, if any guidelines for reusing of those documents, and any archival retirement timelines methods. So simple. As a BA, this is what you want to achieve. So a school is planning to introduce an online student registration system to replace its paper-based process. The business analyst is working with the admin staff, teachers, and IT providers to gather and manage all registration requirements and design ideas. What is your information management plan? All information requirements notes saved in Google Drive, folders with clear labels like student requirements, teacher suggestions, system design ideas. The school principal and admin have full access. Teachers can view only the requirements. The IT provider can comment but not change the requirements, right? So this is what we try to achieve. The BA decides to reuse parts of the old registration form, like parent contact information fields, right? The BA dates each document version and saves them as requirement version 1, version 2, and so on. Old versions are moved to archive folder, then retention and archival also. Clear? The outcome: time is saved by reusing past documents. The IT provider always works from the most recent version. No feedback is lost. Everyone knows where to find latest files. So this, even though it's a small school project, planning how to manage business analysis information saves time. Fifth and last one is identify business analysis performance improvement. So what is the meaning of business analysis performance? In order to improve something, first of all, you have to measure that thing, right? Then only you can know that whether it is working as per the expectation or some performance improvement is required. So how do you measure? What exactly is the meaning of business analysis performance? Build or use the existing KPI framework. What do you mean by KPI framework? Key performance indicator framework for business analysis performance. So what will be the key indicator in this framework? As per our understanding of the business analysis role, what will be the key indicators that you would like to track? For example, when you talk about a successful business, let's say there is a grocery store in near to your house, how will you say whether they are doing good or not? On the basis of their daily sales. If you see people who are, that shop is always crowded, so you can say that, whenever I pass that shop, I go through that shop, it's always crowded. So on that basis, I can say that their sales is going good, right? So similarly for business analyst, what kind of parameters you can use? So first thing, let's say you created a BRD and it took 5 cycles to get it approved. Do you think it's good or bad? How will you judge the skills and efficiency of the business analyst? On the basis of few things that we need to identify, right? Like number of review cycles required in order to get the document signed off. Do you think it's a relevant metrics? Can you judge a business analyst on the basis of defect identified in a code? No. Can you judge a business analyst performance on the basis of, how well he's dressed, how well he's able to run, whether he has done any marathon or not? No, all these factors are irrelevant to a business analysis performance, right? What are the relevant metrics? What are the relevant indicators? Number of cycles required to get the sign off on the document. Number of requirement related defect identified, right? Generally, whenever we talk about KPIs or performance indicators, we try to quantify them so that it becomes easier, right? But sometimes you can also have some qualitative indicators like the feedback from the reviewers of the document, if they are happy with the document or not, right? So all these 3, 4, 5 indicators are good indicators to see the performance of business analyst. Also, please note that we are not talking about the annual performance of as in the annual performance of the person. We are talking about the performance as a business analyst, how the business analysis work went into this project, right? How was the document, how was the how many review cycles required, how many defects identified. We are not talking about individual here, we are talking about the business analysis as a deliverable, as a the documents that we need to produce, the process that we had to follow, right? Obviously these things can be tied back to the individual's annual performance. That is a different thing, but here we are not talking about did you complete all your trainings, did you fill your timesheets on time, did you behave properly. That is not individual's performance. Here we are talking about business analysis performance, not business analysts performance. Okay. It focuses on assessing the effectiveness of business analysis work and identifying opportunities for improvement to enhance future performance and outcomes. Right? So examine the performance of past and ongoing business analysis tasks, highlight inefficiencies, misalignments, or recurring issues that hinder analysis outcomes, suggest adjustments to methods, tools, and communication, ensures be effort aligned with business goals, and performance data to lesson learned. So let's see. So the first part is inputs. First input is business analysis approach, and second is performance objectives. What kind of objectives we can set for a business analyst for business analysis work? Why it is mentioned external? Some of the inputs coming from the output of other tasks, right? So for example, it is mentioned clearly here, 3.1. That means this particular input is the output of task number 3.1, which was the identify the project business analysis approach for your project. This input not coming from any other tasks, right? That is the reason there is no number mentioned 3.1 or 3.2. Instead of that, in the bracket, it's mentioned external. So this input is coming from outside. Okay. And also you see additional guidelines, organizational performance standards. So if there are any standards already specified by your organization for all the business analysis work, then that can be utilized. Okay. Output is obviously performance assessment. And this output is already used. We have seen it, right? In 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. And I was telling you that this input is the output of one of the tasks from the same knowledge area, right? So here you can see that the lesson learned that you are learning here is used by other tasks. Now you can question that those tasks were performed earlier than this task. How can they use the output of this task, right? Does that question come to your mind? Or you know the answer already? So see, first of all, these things are not performed in a particular sequence, right? The sequence in which they are mentioned, it's not necessary that you perform them in the same sequence. So that is the first reason. Second reason, all these tasks are performed iteratively, right? It's not like you perform them once and they are done. Also, why they are done iteratively? That because it's possible that initially the input which was available was partial. So initially you had partial input and you started working as per that partial input, and later more and more data or more input became available, more data, right? So you then again you perform the task. So that is why every task may be done iteratively multiple times. Initially with the partial data. So for example, we discussed about stakeholder identification, right? Identify your stakeholders. Can you perform stakeholder identification confidently in one go? Can you confirm after whatever efforts you put in early that I have identified 100% stakeholder? Even if you feel, don't you think it's fairly possible that you will identify two more stakeholders after 1 month? Because somebody else might come to you and tell you that, there is, these are two more stakeholders which can be impacted. So now what will you do? Will you not go ahead and perform the elicitation with these two stakeholders? Right? So initially you identified 10 stakeholders, so you went ahead and started interviewing them. So you started the elicitation, right, in the first go. Then you identified two more stakeholders, so you performed elicitation for them as well. So you see what happened? Stakeholder identification was done in iterations. And similarly, because of that, your requirement elicitation was also done multiple times. It could not be completed in one go. So that is the reason, if you think about any of these tasks, like stakeholder engagement, we just discussed, you will identify more stakeholders. So this particular task will be performed again and again, iteratively, right? It's also possible that some new issues identified and you have to add something to your existing business analysis governance, right? Uh, so this document or whatever the approach is also going to be a live approach. It's not like static all the time. Same here, you identified something which is very new, identified for the first time, or you decided that, starting tomorrow we will capture some additional attributes for the requirements. So here also it can change, right? So that is the point, that initially, let's say when you started performing these tasks, maybe this past assessment was not fully available, but you still went ahead and performed these tasks. Later on, when this was available, you can go back and perform these tasks again. Also, it's possible that this performance assessment is coming from the previous project, right? So the performance assessment from previous project was already available when you started with 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, right? So that can be one more reason how this output was already available when you were performing these tasks. Either because it came from the previous project, or the input was partially available, or you started the tasks without that approach assessment, and you will perform them later when this become available, right? Clear? So that is how you need to think about it. Never think that any tasks or any knowledge areas, they are performed in the exact sequence in which they are mentioned in BABOK. That is not true. You will perform them in different orders depending on the project. In fact, the order of knowledge area itself can change. Order of task within each and every knowledge area will definitely change. Okay, and most of those things will be performed iteratively multiple times. Now the key elements, so it's like very similar to our performance appraisal. Initially, what you will have, the assessment measures. The focus is on establishing clear criteria to quantify and qualify the performance of a BA work. We discussed some of the measures, right? Number of review cycles required, number of defects, requirement related defects identified, the qualitative feedback from your customers, the quality of your requirement document, right? There can be many such things that can be identified and documented. Then you will analyze your outcomes against these measures. So you have objective set. It's like typical to our annual performance appraisal as well. What is the process? In the beginning of the year, we all create self objectives. You set up your self goals, self objectives. You get them reviewed with your boss. You both agree, you say, my goal is to, let's say, complete these two projects. And your boss may negotiate with you, no, you have to complete 3 projects. In addition to that, you have to complete at least one certification. And there should be zero escalation. There should be zero escalation for timesheet filing. There should be zero escalation against any training, completion. So both of you would agree that these are the objectives. Now, throughout the year, you review your performance against those same goals, right? Then, end of the year, you evaluate yourself. Maybe you will give some ratings to yourself. And then finally, you will have a discussion with boss. You will say, I deserve 1 out of 1 to 5. I deserve 1, being the best. And boss would say you deserve 3. Right? Then again, the discussion happens and all, and you finally get 1 rating and salary hike accordingly. So this is the normal process that we follow, right? Even for our individual performance appraisal. Same thing is here. You identify the assessment measures first, then you check the performance against those measures and analyze the results. and you will collect data to find trends, patterns, and root causes for poor performance. Any issues which are identified, you will propose practical improvements that can enhance performance moving forward, right? So it's it's exactly the lesson learned. You had objectives, you compared your performance against those objectives, you may be able to identify some areas of improvement, so you will work on them, right? How will it work practically in project? It looks simple that you had some objectives, you will compare your performance throughout the year against those objectives, and finally you will see whether you are able to meet those objectives or there is a gap. If there is a gap, what is the reason for the gap, right? How we will fix it. For example, you identified in the project was slightly delayed, and when you sit as a team, you identified that the review took longer than expected, right? So you were supposed to get the sign off on your requirements, let's say on 15th of May, but it was completed on 30th of May. Now, what could be the reason? Can you think of any reasons that can be there? If you talk about the proper cycle that we should follow, what is that cycle? You create the document, right? You are once you are ready with your document, what is next that you do? Do you send it to your stakeholder for the sign off, or is there anything that you do? Once you are ready, so you performed elicitation, you got a lot of information from stakeholders, you properly organize that information into properly written requirements, you created a very nice requirement document. Now what exactly you do as a next step? Once you are ready with requirements, what do you do? Elicitation is done. That's why you are ready with your requirement document, final requirement document, right? So when I send the requirement document to the stakeholders, maybe I uploaded the document on a SharePoint and shared the link, because that's how we discussed about information management. Or maybe I uploaded the document over the email itself and shared it with the stakeholders. So we followed whatever was agreed for information management, and accordingly we shared. Now a stakeholder had so many questions and they came back to me. I tried to answer those questions. They came up with more follow-up questions. I again answered them. So they had more questions. And that is the exact reason why it took 2 more weeks than expected. Now, what went wrong here? So now we are trying to do the lesson learn session, and we identified requirement sign off took 2 weeks extra. What is the issue that you see here? Once you are ready with your requirement document, it's not that you send it for the sign off. That is not the right approach. What you should do, you should set up a workshop where you will walk them through the requirements one by one. You'll make sure that all of their questions are answered. They all have the same understanding, common understanding of the requirements, or basically all of you are on the same page in terms of requirements, right? Now, after that, you send out that email that as per our walkthrough session, I have answered all your questions. In case you have any more questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, please see the attached document for your sign off, right? Please kindly provide your sign off. Now, do you think it will have a very big difference as compared to the first scenario where you simply send the requirement document for the approval without the walkthrough session? And this time with the walkthrough session, do you think you will expect, different outcomes? So that is how you need to find out the gaps. This is just one example where you could find out the gap. And again, we are not saying that, it's your response. We are not talking about individual. We are talking about the process that we followed. The process which was followed, there one step was completely missing. We identified that, yes, there was this gap in the process, and this time we'll fill that gap, and we'll make sure first walkthrough sessions are done. And maybe you can put it in your project documentation so that it's always there. Now, when you start a new project, if you look at this documentation, don't you think you can learn that, walkthrough should always be done before you send anything for the approval? That is why these lesson learned, you will keep looking back at that lesson learned register, right? So that you will not repeat the same mistakes when you do the same work next time. Similarly, you will see so many examples around you where maybe a different process was followed and that led to a delay in requirements, or maybe in requirement approvals, or with test cases and all. For example, uh, let's say you initially, when you were capturing the requirements, instead of this time we discussed about walkthrough, which was not done for the business stakeholders. Similarly, you didn't do the walkthrough for, let's say, testers. So you wanted to discuss solution for the feasibility analysis and all. So you involve the developers in the initial discussions, but you didn't involve the testers. Now, can that have some impact? That can also have some impact, right? Testers were not very uh, clear on the requirements. That can have impact on the acceptance criteria that they, the test scenarios or cases that they prepared. Later on, when test execution started, developers would, testers would say there is a defect as per their understanding of the requirements. Okay, so what happens when a tester goes to a developer and says there is a defect? What do you think? How a developer responds generally? What is the first response from developer? This is my code, right? It can't have any defect. Maybe you are mistaken. Go back and test it again. My code cannot have a defect, right? That is the first. And then the second is, as per my understanding, this is working fine. Tester will say, as per my understanding, this is working fine. Now, what could be the reason? They have different understanding of the requirements. Now, can you say that, no, it's not my role? It is definitely your role to make sure both of them have the common and shared understanding of the requirements, so that during testing, there are no such conflicts, right? So what will you do? Again, the same thing. As you start collecting the requirements, you shouldn't wait to finalize the requirements. You should start involving your team. If you have your developers available, testers available already in your team, in your project, you should involve them as early as possible. Now, there are multiple benefits of this. First, this thing that they have the common understanding of the requirements, right? So that there will be lesser conflicts during test execution. Second, from the feasibility point of view, you are a business analyst. You may not know all technical know-how of your project. It's possible that you may end up getting documenting a requirement which may not be feasible at all technically. So once you involve your technical minds early in your requirement sessions, you get a very good feedback from the technology point of view, whether something is feasible or not, how long it will take, so that you or your manager will not end up committing something which is not achievable, right? So these are the practical things that you will learn. Now, if you read BABOK, BABOK will not talk about all these instances that we are just talking about. BABOK will simply say that identify the measures, measure your performance against those measures, and document the lesson learned and move on, right? That is all you will see in BABOK. So you understood how on what basis business analysis performance can be measured. I gave you 2-3 examples where there can be gaps and how you will fill those gaps. We discussed the inputs, we discussed the key elements. You are clear on the task, output. Now you know what is the output. It is the comparison of planned versus actual performance. Identify the root cause of variance and proposed approaches to address issues. Metrics for monitoring the effectiveness of implemented improvements. And whatever is these metrics, whatever is the outcome, you will document it as a lesson learned, so that you can refer it back in your next project or in the same projects later on, right? So this is called lesson. What do we call it in Agile? Here I'm calling it lesson learned. But in Agile, what does it call? There's something similar that we do in Agile. Retrospective, right? A sprint retrospective. So what is the purpose of retrospective? The last meeting that we do, last day, last meeting of the sprint, that is called retrospective. And that is the purpose of retrospective. What went well, what did not go well, and any areas of improvement. So that is the exact thing that we just do for business analysis work, right? And it's very much possible that this was done if the project would be agile. This discussion, the entire discussion on performance improvement would be done in that retrospective itself, not separately, right? So this is The last task. Okay, let's see one scenario. Context. A BA team is in a large organization, observed recurring delays in getting requirements approved, which frequently led to missed project timelines and stakeholder frustration. Issues identified. Stakeholders were not clear on who should approve, when to approve, and how to communicate their feedback. Requirements documents varied from project to project, lacking consistent structure and detail. See how many things can go wrong. You are using different template, different requirement or document structure in every time, and they are getting confused, right? Your project communication plan itself is not very clear. How they are supposed to communicate the feedback, how they are supposed to approve, and you see many very simple problem. If you send out an email, and it happens all the time, if you send out emails and you simply write hi all and whatever you want to do and then please approve, and there are 10 people in the in to list of your email, now what will happen? Do you think everyone will approve, or do you think nobody will approve? What is more common? What is more common scenario? Generally, when you send email like this, nobody will respond, nobody will approve, because your email itself is so poorly written. You have so many people in to list, and then you are saying hi all. Nobody will have any idea who exactly you are requesting, be it sign off, be it anything. So it's very important that you clearly mention the names of the people who you are asking, or you are keeping only one or two people in your to list so they know that you are addressing them. It's better to just clearly name the people. And if you send out email, how soon you can chase? You cannot chase same day, right? Maybe you will send a chaser next day, or maybe 2 days after that, because if you are sending email for the approval to senior stakeholders, you cannot chase on daily basis. So let's say you chased after 2 days and they say, who exactly you asked? We have no clue. Now you wasted 2 days, right? So there can be many such scenarios where, because of some gaps, because of some missings, as you missed something on your part, anything can get delayed. And you see this is also a very good example that the way you wrote your email was not correct. So what was done? The BA team designed a visual flowchart outlining who reviews and approves which sections, timeline expectation for each stakeholder. This is also very important. See, an action without ETA is not an action. So when you say that I have noted down the actions, they will make no sense until unless you have action owners assigned and expected turnaround time assigned to those actions. They will not make any sense, right? Communication protocol for rejection or feedback. How it helped? Made everyone involved aware of their role, deadline, and responsibilities, reduced confusion, created transparency, and built stakeholder trust. The team introduced structured requirement templates, clear sections for functional and non-functional requirements, defined fields for priority, dependencies, and traceability, visual elements like user story maps, etc. Now, this is what I told you when we learned about in the previous section itself, that you need to identify the attributes that you will capture, right? And I told you that you will create one table and you will repeat that table consistently throughout your document. You will create a table where you will have things like requirement ID, name, etc., 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 and you will repeat this table again and again in your document to capture all the requirements. I also told you, like in Jira, you have multiple fields, but you will standardize that template consistently for all your Jiras, right? So that is the point to mention here, exactly the same thing. How it will help? Make documents easy to follow and evaluate, reduced ambiguity, and save time in formatting and in short. Generally, you should follow the same template consistently, same requirement document template consistently across all the projects. And that is where you might see PMOs are playing important role. PMOs play different roles in different organization. Sometimes they have the responsibility of standard documentation. So if you need any templates for BRD, FRD, or any other document, you can reach out to them and they'll give you the exact template that should be used across all the projects. to maintain that, consistency. So reduced approval time. This was the key parameter, key indicator for BA success. And this is reduced approval time by 40%. Very good. Improved stakeholder satisfaction, a qualitative feedback that you might receive on your documentation in the process that you are following for business analysis. Achieved adherence to the project timeline, right? All that is what we wanted to achieve. Clear? So we have just completed the first knowledge area, business analysis, planning, and monitoring. Your team is collecting requirements from multiple stakeholders using different tools, Excel, Jira, and Confluence. There is a confusion about which version is the latest. Which task should you focus on to eliminate such version control issues? In which task did we discuss about this? Yes, plan business analysis. Your organization has strict confidentiality rules for storing customer data. You must ensure that business analysis information follows compliance rules. Which element of the information management plan addresses this? Storage and access. You need to determine how long the requirements for a discontinued project should be retained in the system. Which part of the information management plan are you dealing with? Discontinued project. That means project is already done. There is no need to keep a live document. So what you will do with that document, you will just archive that document, right? So the correct answer is right, D. Two analysts are working on related features. One makes an update in the shared document, but the other is unaware and continues with outdated information. What could have prevented this? Correct answer is C. You are asked to define naming conventions and format for use cases and user stories before gathering more requirements. Which component of information management is this? A, right? Your manager asks for a quarterly report on the number of requirements defects that occurred due to incomplete analysis. Which aspect of this task you are addressing? Yes, B. Multiple requirement gaps were discovered during testing. You review how requirements were elicited and documented to find the issue. What technique are you applying? Here, what we are saying that problems are identified and you're trying to find out the and document to find the issue. What exactly was the issue? So that is why root cause analysis, which help us to identify the root cause of the problem, right? We'll go through all these techniques, so that time it will be clearer. A senior BA is mentoring new analysts on best practices and documentation standards. Which performance improvement element does this represent? Mentoring will fall under which of these options? It is B, right? Training and development. All right. So the next knowledge area, the second knowledge area is elicitation and collaboration. Elicitation means gathering information from stakeholders to understand what they need and expect. Collaboration means working together with them to reach a shared goal. So that is the name of this knowledge area, elicitation and collaboration. As I have been telling you, elicitation and collaboration or any other knowledge area or other task for that matter, they are not one time, right? They continue throughout the business analysis process. So some elicitation you will do now, maybe you will have to do some elicitation more later when you identify a new stakeholder. So never assume that you will continue any of these tasks in just one go. You may have to do them again. Now, when you talk about the tasks which are part of this knowledge area, there are 5 tasks: prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, communicate business analysis information, and manage stakeholder collaboration. Now, the tasks of this knowledge area are very simple. If you compare it with the previous knowledge area, they are very straightforward. And when I say none of them are performed in sequence, there is just one exception, which is these 3 tasks. So whenever you perform elicitation, these 3 tasks are the only tasks in knowledge area in BABOK which are performed in sequence. You will always prepare, you will always, just after that, you will conduct, and then you will confirm elicitation results. So these tasks are performed in sequence. This is the only exception, right? Now let's quickly try to understand what exactly we are discussing here in this knowledge area. So you understand what is elicitation, right? You meet stakeholders in different ways. You maybe online or in person, maybe one to one, maybe in a group setting. So you do that meeting part, and you ask questions. You probe your stakeholders. You try to understand what are their problems, what are their requirements, right? So that is the purpose here. Now, what is the meaning of preparation? What do you think we'll prepare before conducting the elicitation? So in conduct, you will actually perform that task, right? But before that, you are saying there is a different task, which is prepare for elicitation. What kind of preparation do you need? So let's say you want to conduct interview of 4 or 5 stakeholders to capture the requirements, to discuss the requirements. What kind of preparation you need to do? Going through the needs, prepare questions, whom to reach, prepare the questionnaire. Yes. And whenever we think from very, very basic, the most basic normal thing that you will have to do, right? There is no, there shouldn't be any hesitation saying that, we may have to book a meeting room, because that is something you will have to do. So some start from very basic. What all things that you need to do? What will be output? Who will be benefited with the solution? So yes, first you need to prepare yourself. What is this project all about? What is the scope of this project? What exactly I'm going to ask? Who are the stakeholders? Then you will prepare the questions. You will perform other things like booking the meeting room. If you are if you need to run a workshop or an interview, you will prepare other training material. If you need to carry any additional documents, you will collect those documents, right? So, if there is any stationery required, let's say you plan to run a workshop or brainstorming session, there might be a requirement for a whiteboard. In some cases, it's already there in your meeting rooms, right? In your offices. But sometimes you may have to request. Let's say you want to do a bigger workshop over lunch, then you may have to arrange for those things. There are many other things that we need to take care of. Like if there is a senior stakeholder sitting on a different floor and you sit on a different floor, which floor would you like to book a meeting room on? It makes sense to book a meeting room on his floor, right? On their floor, so that they don't have to walk to your floor. So there are many basic things that you will have to take care when you prepare, like time zone differences. If somebody is in different time zone, you will have to take care of time zone. If somebody is there are problems related to language communication, then you will also have to take care of that. So basically, consider your stakeholders, their preferences in terms of timings, time zones, the location, and then you prepare the other things like we discussed, all the additional material with respect to documentation, with respect to meeting rooms. And then one more important part. So we discussed what you need to prepare. And uh, I'm sure you would agree that you need to prepare your stakeholder also, right? To get to the maximum benefit, to achieve the maximum benefit out of this meeting, you need to prepare your stakeholder. Now, what do you mean by preparing your stakeholder before this? What do you think we should do? Sharing the agenda with them, agenda of the meeting, and what will happen, so that they know what exactly are you going to ask. Otherwise, what will happen? If you go and ask questions and he says or she says, I don't know, you will not say, I caught you. You will not start celebrating. See, I knew that you wouldn't know the answers. That is the purpose is not, making a point that, even your stakeholders don't know the answers. That is not the point. The purpose of this meeting, the ultimate goal of the meeting is to get the answers so that you can move forward in your project, not to prove that even they don't know the answers, right? So it's very, very important that you share the agenda in detail, you provide the project background, right? And also, if possible, share the questions also in advance. So that is how you will prepare the stakeholders so that they come prepared in that meeting. Also, what else you can do that, a very, very important practice that I always follow, that I'll make sure that this event, whatever I'm doing, workshop, interview, whatever, this event is not the first time I'm talking to that stakeholder. So it's very, very important to build that rapport. right? You might have heard that term multiple times in different contexts, that rapport building. That this is where it will be very useful. What I do almost in all my projects, that if I'm working with that stakeholder for the first time, I'll just simply say hi over Teams, over chat, and maybe if there is possibility, I'll just quickly connect with them, say hi, hello, I'm part of this project. I joined this project as a PM or BA, whatever, and I'll be working with you. I'll start setting up meetings to conduct the elicitation, etc. So I'll try to break the ice before the first formal event that I'm going to run with that stakeholder. And trust me, it will help you a lot. Okay. So you prepare yourself, you prepare any uh, stationery, any other material, rooms, etc. that is required. So you prepare for any supporting things, and you prepare your stakeholders also. All these things you do before conducting the elicitation, right? So this is the first task of this knowledge area. Second task is about actually conducting the elicitation. So here, in also one more thing which we forgot, in during prepare for elicitation, you will also choose which technique you will use, right? Like you will do a workshop, or you will conduct interviews, right? Or you will use questionnaires or surveys, right? Or whatever. There are many other techniques that we need to cover. So you will decide which one of these techniques you will use, and accordingly also you need to prepare. In case of surveys or questionnaire, you have to prepare surveys or questionnaire. In case of interviews, you will have to prepare accordingly. And you need to finalize the technique also. Now tell me practically on what basis you will finalize the technique. What is the most important criteria which will help you decide which techniques to use in your project for elicitation? What are the criteria? What are the important points that you will consider in order to decide which technique should be used in this project? So the most important factor, the most important point is number of stakeholders. Tell me, if there are 100 stakeholders, can you possibly conduct interview? If there are 30, 40 stakeholders, we cannot possibly, even for 30, 40, it's difficult to conduct interview individually of all these stakeholders. Because let's say, even if you try and conduct, it's possible that when you reach to 15th stakeholder, he says something which is in conflict with what first stakeholder said. Now, what will you do? You will go back to the first, you will come back to 15th. So you may stuck in endless loop, right? So when number of stakeholders is high, you cannot possibly take interviews because it will take a lot of time. When number of stakeholders are, let's say, so what will you do when you have 30, 40 stakeholders? What techniques will you use? Let's say workshops, right? Maybe uh, brainstorming. But when you have thousands of, let's say 500 stakeholders, can you do workshops? Even workshops will not be possible in with that number of stakeholders. So maybe in that case, you can send out surveys, questionnaire, right? Knowledge and information of the stakeholder will also play important role. Do you think it's possible to always tell what exactly is the requirement? Is it possible to always express, especially people who are not very tech savvy, people who are not very good at talking? There are people who are very, very introvert. So it's possible that you conduct interview, but you do not get all the answers. So what techniques can you use in that case? So in that case, you can send out surveys, or you can do things like, have you heard the term job shadowing, active and passive job shadowing? So what is the purpose of job shadowing? Is to actively or passively look at the person while he's performing his job, right? So when you are doing what you do, I'll come and spend time with you. Maybe I'll just stand there without disturbing you, or maybe I'm allowed to ask questions, and I'll try to see what exactly you are doing. So instead of you explaining me verbally, I can have a first-hand experience looking at you while you perform your job, right? So this is also decided on the basis of what kind of stakeholders you have. Sometimes people who do some, mechanical work, and you know that they'll not be able to explain because it's not easy to explain. So in that case, you go and job shadow them, right? So there are many techniques: workshops, interviews, questionnaires, surveys, market research, job shadowing, which we can utilize. But it depends on mainly on two things: number of stakeholders and what kind of stakeholders they are. Can they help you? Do you think they will have clarity to tell you the requirements, or maybe you will have to job shadow them to find out, right? Now imagine that this preparation, when we discussed about prepare your stakeholder, do you think you need to prepare them more when you want to job shadow them? The preparation of the stakeholder bit becomes even more important when you are going to conduct job shadowing. Do you think everyone is comfortable when somebody is standing on their heads while they're performing their jobs? Do you think everyone will be comfortable? I don't think so, right? Even if my wife says, can I come in, if she says, she asks me, can I come here and sit when you are doing this training, I'll not be comfortable. It gets very weird, right? So you need to take the permission from them. You might have to take the permission from their bosses that, I'll spend one day with that person. I'll keep looking at what he or she is doing. And also that gets very disturbing also. So job shadowing, for example, can be of two types: passive and active. In passive, you do not ask questions, you do not interrupt. But in case of active job shadowing, you can ask questions, you can, if you have any doubts, you can confirm then and there. So in that case, it becomes even more disturbing. So in that case, it's even more important to prepare your stakeholders before you come and have observed them. So it is called observation or job shadowing, both. So that is preparation, and then you conduct the elicitation. Now, conduct elicitation is simple. Whatever you decided along with the material, you will conduct that, right? So you prepared for workshops, you sent out you sent out the invites and everything. Here, the purpose is just to meet the stakeholder, arrange, and facilitate that discussion and conduct that session, irrespective of what the technique was. If it was interview, you will conduct interview. It was workshop, you will conduct the workshop. The only uh, difference is that in workshop you may have support, like somebody who is taking your notes. What do you call that person? Scribe. And in case of interview also, you may have to take notes. So and the main difference is these things, that in case of workshop you will have multiple stakeholders. In case of interview, you may have just one or two stakeholders. On the other hand, you may have to conduct them quite differently, right? So what happens, especially when you have senior stakeholders, sometimes your meetings will move in different direction. Somebody will start talking about something else. And that's where your facilitation skills, we discussed about these skills on day one. That's where your facilitation skills come to play. How you can make sure that your meetings are going as per agenda, they are not getting derailed. And also, you need to learn things like how you will make sure everyone is speaking. But just imagine that you want to run workshop or focus group and you invited 20 people. How do you select those 20 people? There are two types of group, right? The grouping: homogeneous groups and heterogeneous. Homogeneous means same kind of background, same kind of expertise. Heterogeneous means different backgrounds, coming from different backgrounds and variety of skill sets. So how do you decide what kind of people or group you need, right? It depends what kind of problems you are trying to solve. If in my house, I'm designing a new house, I will want everyone to be there, right? Electrician, plumber, painter, and everyone. But if I'm, the problem is that there is a leakage in my bathroom. I know I'm dealing with a specific problem. I need only the plumbers, not other expertise, right? So this is where you decide what kind of stakeholders you are invited. Now, during the meeting also, now tell me one scenario. If you notice that out of 10 people, there are 8 people who are speaking a lot, or 6 people is speaking a lot, because maybe they are senior or something. 4 people are not able to speak. And you think they can also have some valuable inputs to provide to you. How will you make sure they are able to speak? What will you do? We are doing this to get the requirement for the project. How job shadowing will help? So what do you mean by project? When you say project, what do you mean by a project? What kind of projects generally we work on? what is your understanding of project, Jacqueline, right? Have a separate call to check on them. Or so basically the point I was trying to make, you will always utilize more than one technique. It is possible that during workshop you found that somebody could give better inputs, but they were not able to speak. So maybe you can engage with them separately in one-to-one interview. Or during interview, you identified that there is a bigger group who can also give you more requirements. So after interview, conduct a workshop. Or after workshop, you conduct an interview. You send out questionnaire and you liked one of the answers and you think that this user can give you a lot more details. So after that questionnaire, response to that questionnaire, you set up an interview with that person. So you see, it's very, very possible that one single technique will not give you everything that you need. And you may have to use more than one technique, okay, to get all your requirements. Now, coming to the question that why we are saying job shadowing. So first of all, projects are not always development projects, right? Where somebody will give you a brand new, fresh requirements and you need to develop a software or something. Can you imagine a project where application was already running, somebody is already using that, and there are so many complaints about it, and people are not happy with the ongoing, the software or whatever product they are using. They are not happy with it. Now the task of a business, your task as a business analyst is to go identify the problem, identify the root cause of the problem, and then propose a solution. And then the purpose of this project is to solve that specific problem from the existing solution. You are not building something new, right? Now, in this case, do you think job shadowing will be helpful? So basically, the purpose of a project is not always to build something new. The purpose of the project could be to fix something which is existing, but it is not working as per the expectation. When you have knowledge areas like strategy analysis will always give you a strategy of the organization. What kind of, what is the business, what is the long-term vision of the organization? In order to fulfill that vision, what kind of projects can be launched? So it's possible that the project that you are getting is initiated from a strategy analysis knowledge area. But there you also have a knowledge area which is evaluation, which keep evaluating the solution which are in use, right? So it is also possible that the project which is getting initiated is coming out of this evaluation. Some problem was identified, and that's why you are launching a project. So projects are launched mainly for two reasons. There is an opportunity that you want to grab in the market, so that's where you launch something new, or there is a problem that you want to fix. Some stakeholders, some customers are continuously complaining about something, and you want to fix it, right? What is the problem with job shadowing? The biggest problem with job shadowing is it is not very helpful when mind related or thinking related activities are there, right? Something is mechanical, it's good to see, it's easy to see and notice what exactly that person is doing. But if that requires a lot of thinking, brain activities, decision making and all, then it will not be very useful. One more important point. If I tell you that I'm coming to your house for lunch or dinner today, or you ask me that, Gav, I'm coming to your house, what I'll do? The first thing, will try to clean up, right? Because especially when you have habit of reading, you have small kids, it's possible that your house is slightly messy. So you will try to fix it up before somebody is coming, any guest is coming. And that's exactly what happens when you ask for job shadowing. What that person will try to do? That person will try to show or demonstrate the best version of himself, right? He will feel like, somebody is coming. He will notice how I work, how I function on day-to-day basis. So he will try to give you the perfect picture of the situation. And in that case, it's possible that, the real problem you might not be able to get. So obviously with all these techniques, there are some pros, there are some cons, right? So that is where you need to apply more than one technique at a time. Okay. So this is where you conduct the elicitation. You try to get the information out of those stakeholders. You use your facilitation skills. Okay. Just after that, what happens when you conduct elicitation? You get a lot of information, right? You receive a lot of data, whatever you call them. You receive a lot of inputs from the stakeholders. What is the immediate next thing that you do? Immediately, you document all of this, and maybe you will send out minutes, and that is what is called confirm elicitation result. What is the purpose of this? Why do we send minutes? What is the main purpose of sending out minutes? Status, more important than that. Yes, to keep everyone on the same page. Status and action points, evidence, yes, that is also important. And keep record of agreed requirement, responsibility. And the most important one is to save yourself, right? It is possible that during the meeting, somebody was not listening, somebody didn't pay enough attention, and maybe the responsibility then is with you. But when you send minutes, it means you have documented the discussion. And mostly, what is the last line that you mention? That I hope, in case I have missed anything or misstated anything, please correct me. Please feel free to add. Please feel free to update that in case I have missed or misstated anything, right? So when you do this, now who is responsible? Now collectively, everyone is responsible. So that is the main purpose why we send out minutes, so that we can then document the discussion. All the points are covered, all the action items are documented. And now everyone, whether you listen during the meeting or not, nobody can give excuse. Now we have the shared accountability of whatever was discussed in this meeting. Everyone is in agreement. So that is why we send out minutes, and that this is the third task. So confirm elicitation results. Who you will send this back to? The same stakeholders who join this. Do you think stakeholder engagement will be input to this task? Tell me which of these tasks will take stakeholder engagement as input. Which of these tasks? All of them or one of them? All three? What if I just use it in this, and then, because after this, what is the output of this? Elicitation preparation. So maybe that is also enough, that because we were doing another level of planning here. During this planning, I took one input, and now I'm using this planning for next steps. So why do I need to keep looking back to, stakeholder engagement, when that input was taken care within this planning, and now I'm using this planning, right? Then that is confirm elicitation result. What is next? Communicate business analysis information. You know what is business analysis information? Every document that you produce, right? All these minutes that you create, tracy metrics, traceability metrics, all of those things that you produce, they all will be communicated to the stakeholders. And that is the purpose of this task. Whatever documents you produce, communicate them to business stakeholders. So that is the fourth task. Here, what will be the input? So basically, the information that you need to communicate and the stakeholders that you need to communicate, that these are the only two inputs, right? Information, and you are communicating them this information to stakeholders. So stakeholder engagement approach and information. Now you see, I told you, in this knowledge area, what do you get? Do you get final requirements? No, right? What is the output of this knowledge area? Output of this knowledge area is called elicitation results, right? Or you can say data that you received or info that you received from a stakeholder. This is the output of this particular knowledge area. You confirm these elicitation results only. Where exactly you will convert them into a proper requirement documents? In requirement analysis and design definition, a different knowledge area, right? And design definition. So in that knowledge area, you will convert this information, these results, into properly documented, well-written requirements. That's where we create BRD, FRD, design documents, different diagrams. That's where we do all that. But you see, the BRD which you will create in this knowledge area, if you want to share it with the stakeholder, where exactly you will come back to this task in this knowledge area. Why I'm telling you this again? So that you can see clearly that there is no sequence. You perform these 3 tasks in sequence, you communicated the information, but then you are working in a different knowledge area where you created, let's say, BRD, or you created a flow diagram. Now you want to share it with the stakeholders. You will come back to this particular task in this knowledge area, because this is about communication of your document to stakeholders. And then final task is manage stakeholder collaboration so that you can achieve the common goal of the project. So these are the 5 tasks: prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, communicate business analysis information. Very simple 4 tasks. And 5th one is collaborate with your stakeholders throughout the project.
And with that, we have come to the end of our CBAP Business Analysis course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section down below. And a team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you for watching and keep learning with Simplilearn.